Alright then, so we're back here in the land of bugs and sadness here in Hollow Knight. So, couple things right off the bat. I do not actually remember what we do next, so we're gonna be just kind of playing it by ear and figuring it out. Last time we picked up the ability to go through those weird shadow vents, and the ability to actually, have iframes on our dash some of the time, which still remains a bit of an odd concept to think about, but don't worry about that too much. As we had gone down into the depths of the abyss and come back up. Now, what I'm thinking of doing first is if we have a look around the map, you'll notice there's a couple places I haven't been. Now, obviously, there's got to be a reason why we haven't been to those places. But say we figure out why. Like, obviously, some of these are I just went off the map and never got the map for those sections. And, of course, over here, we just needed dashing, and we didn't have it. So those are easy. And then there's the high winds up here that prevented us from going to the left, which may or may not even be anything. So that's something to consider. But I am primarily curious about places like this one right here. This little gap in the map right above of this section that the cursor's pointed at. I use the marker system right here in particular is what I'm thinking about. Over here, I believe, is one where we were just off the map. I think I just don't have the map for this section, because I believe this is Fog Canyon in here. So, obviously, that is only so relevant. Is if I remember right, both of these were entrances to Fog Canyon. And I genuinely don't remember where we saw those shadow vents too much. Like, I know we ran into a couple of them. One of which I believe was in Fog Canyon. So we may end up going over there. We also didn't spend that much time there anyway, because honestly that place was kind of a hellhole. And it was rather unfortunate to deal with, so I wouldn't say that that's going to be stop number 1 today, but it will probably be on the list.
In this.
I'm sure you are, Callista. We will see how this all ends up playing out. How's it going, Callista? Yeah, I feel that. But hey, as long as it's still going, that's what matters. Hopefully that went well, or at least as well as therapy ever can. We do have the option of checking these 2 hallways immediately. Yeah, you know what, let's go check those 2 hallways. See if there's anything relevant there that I can do. Just because it's the easiest thing for us to reach right now. And it's kind of bugging me that I never checked that. Or at least, as far as I can tell, I never did. It may be another case if it's off map and I'm forgetting. Certainly no shortage of that. Gotta go this way around in order to get across here. Yeah, because you'll notice there's no actual pathway there. Just gotta trot my way around. Thankfully, we do have the increased walk speed from the charm, so this is even easier than it was before. Oh yeah, this was where one of those shadow vents was. Okay. I had a suspicion that that was the case, but I wasn't certain. And thankfully, whenever our shadow is charged, we can just dash through these, so that is clearly what you're intended to do here, and this is when you're intended to do this, then. Yeah, because both ends of this connect to each other. Not quite good enough to get through there. I could have probably timed that better and got through cleaner, but we get the Sharp Shadow. So not something we needed probably, but something that might very well be useful. Just get out of this hole before I forget how to get out of this hole, and then we'll take a look at that. Okay. When using Shadow Dash, the bear's body will sharpen and damage enemies. Okay, so basically whenever we have our iframes on our dash, we would do damage. That could be quite useful. Dead. Corpse of a Garpede. That gets us some hunter information on it. Interesting that something we can't kill has been so casually ripped in half. That leads to some concerning concepts that we'd best not worry too much about. After all, this world does have many things much more powerful than us running around. So it could be any of those that ended up doing that. And now we have that mapped out. Very good. It's kind of funny to think about the fact that I said so many times, like, yeah, this isn't going to be 100%. Not going to do 100%. And I've done so much of the map as we've gone just because I don't remember what I'm supposed to be doing at all times. So I'm just like, I'll just do things and eventually something will work itself out. The uncertainty that's going to be happening today, because as I mentioned in the post, this is a little bit of a blind spot in my memory of how this is supposed to play out, is why there is that specific reminder about don't spoil things, because even if it's not necessarily going to be a spoiler for me, it will be a spoiler for someone, and I just don't want people doing it anyway. Sometimes it's just that simple. Yes, yes, you are not actually dead. Good for you. Now be actually dead, please. Thank you. We really spend a lot of time down here in Deepness, despite whether I may want to or not. Which I'll give you a hint, I don't want to be down here longer than I have to. But we end up down here a lot because this is the easy connecting point to where we keep ending up being down in, like, the ancient basin and such. Thank you. Don't you just love the convenient elevator spiders? This is how you know I've been here too many times, is I can just kind of just swing my way right through there and not really think about it at all. Not that it was necessarily a complex maneuver, but one of those things where it's just complicated enough that if you're not paying attention, you could fumble it very easily. Now just on up the side here. Alright, I forgot. You have to actually walk up the ledges here. Somehow, no matter how many times I come in here, I'm gonna forget that every time. Because you just get that natural urge to wall jump your way up because it's a wall. It's a nice flat wall right there that you should be able to go right up. You would think with all the webbing it would be stickier rather than slidey, but nope, slidey every time. Now, as to getting to where I'm thinking about getting to... Oh, I have two things I'm thinking about. There's the long tunnel and green path like I was talking about, and then there's the one that's over here. I believe Forgotten Crossroads is the correct stop. We'll find out in a moment if it's the right stop or not. Wait. I was pointing at a thing on the map around here, wasn't I? Where'd it go? Oh. Now wait a minute. We did end up connecting that path up, but why wasn't it updated on the map until now? This was one of the things I was pointing at. This right here. But it's mapped out now. But we had to have touched a bench since going through there before. Why wasn't it drawn onto the map? But there's still this bit here we might be able to go poke our nose into as well that's nearby. So I guess we'll go there instead. It's bizarre, but you know what? Sometimes these things happen. Does mean, admittedly, we're gonna have to deal with more of the infected crossroads, but, you know. This is definitely a you'd have to deal with it at some point situation anyway. Sir, stop that. You. Say it, don't spray it. Anyway. Moving right along with our lives, dealing with their exact duplicates, minutes, not even, afterwards. There we go. Let's see, that's the tram. Yep, one more exit down. There we go. Nope, that's the wrong button. That's the button I wanted. Okay, no, that doesn't accomplish what I was... There we go, it's just a hidden exit right there. Which also takes us to the resting grounds, apparently. Huh. Interesting. Oh, hi. Yeah, what a calm place. It's action I want. Vicious and deadly battle. This serenity is a bore. And so peaceful. So dull. You know, I get the feeling that if you messed around with this water long enough, it might not be so peaceful and dull here for long. It's just a thought. Anyway, I'm gonna go this way. Because this just seems like a thing to do. Or a... Ow. Yeah, that just connects back up over here. I kind of figured. Okay, so this is something I could have seen earlier. And is not super relevant, I would suppose. But hey, I'm finishing up more of my mapping so I know where I need to be and where I don't need to be. What's up, ABC? What's with the eyes there? There's all this up here. Curiosity. Actually, yeah, maybe. I think this is how I got in here, though, isn't it? Sure is. That teaches us absolutely nothing. Alright, yeah, there's another one of the rancid eggs. That in my pocket too, I guess. But yeah, it seems like this is otherwise irrelevant at the moment. Splash around the lake, you know, as you do. Howdy, Natra. That is understandable. Let's see. Blue Lake is now marked on the map. There is an area higher up in the resting grounds we didn't look at, but I don't think that's particularly relevant. There is a bit at the end of a pathway right here in Crystal Peak that might be relevant. So I don't know why I didn't do that. I would assume it probably was one of those darkness vents. That would make the most sense. So we could swing up there since we're nearby already. Understandable there, Natra. Hopefully work's going at least reasonably. You know, we can never ask too much of that, but we ask what we can. Wanted the money and the children attacked me for it. Wasn't even that much money, that's the sad part. Of course, I suppose that's why the general logic is always be swinging. Oh yeah, that's the infinite loop right there. Eat to work, work to eat. Shenanigans that you blocked that attack. Shenanigans, I say. There we go. Go ahead and charge back up a bit. There we go. Nice and easy. Nothing to worry about here. Oh hey, I accidentally a secret while I was disposing of my enemies. There you go. Be free, little grub. We got slightly blown up in the process, but you know. That's how it goes sometimes. This is the way. Did I never open this? Pay the toll. There you go. So it turns out that's why this doorway hadn't been opened before, is because I was on the wrong side of it to pay the toll and never came back around to open it. That doesn't really surprise me in the slightest, and nor should it surprise any of you. Remember when we had all kinds of, like, darkness-related issues in here? All that time ago? Back when I still didn't even have double jump or anything, and I stubborned my way through it anyway. Yeah. Yeah, those were days. Did I even... No, I never did finish getting the thing that's at the end of that hallway either, did I? I don't remember. We'll go check that while we're here. I want to say we eventually got to a point where I was just getting hurt enough that I'm like, you know what, this ain't worth it. But now with double jump, a light, and the ability to just, like, fly across long hallway rooms, we really have nothing to worry about here anymore. Oh, what a difference being able to see makes, eh? Look how trivial this room is now that I can see what I'm doing in it. Oh yeah, we were gonna have a problem in here anyway, because we would have run into that guy, because we kept getting there with, like, 1 hit point left every time. Heads on spikes never seemed that great. Oh, this just goes down, huh? Ah, this just leads back to the resting grounds. Stop there. Those who try to leave this kingdom are cursed. Better to rest here until time itself sleeps. Open freedom, I thought that strength alone could grant me these things. In my dreams, I would cut that plague with my nails, and then I turned my weapons upon the king. When I awoke in this sacred place, I began to understand. Those who hope are already doomed. Do you still hope, Wanderer? Will you flee, or will you raise your weapon and doom us both? Challenge the warrior dream. This seems like a horrible idea. Let's do it. I was not expecting you to just kind of be in the material plane and like this. I'll be honest. I expected to be brought into the dream world to fight you. Not gonna lie, your attack strategy seems like it has a fatal flaw in it so far. Like, against some opponents, I'm sure this is a great strategy, but against, there you go. Now you're thinking. Now you're trying. You really need to try throwing more of them at once, though. It is enough to keep me from healing, though. I'll give you that. Ah, I jumped into that one. That one was purely my own undoing. Yeah, I wasn't gonna get away with that heal. I can, however, just get distance. So there's that, but I ran out of energy. And they're just still just floating around up there, too. Hello! You don't seem interested in doing anything about me while I'm down here. I can just kind of vibe down here, as it turns out. Huh. Oh, your swords do go down here, though. But, you know, now that I've realized I have a shenanigan I can do, you know, I'm clearly gonna do that. Because it's your own fault for leaving me the opening to do that. Oh, the fight was basically over already anyway. Never mind. Ah, I can see now. Those who turn against the king are doomed as soon as they raise their weapon. Do not call me a traitor, simply call me a fool. I know you will not flee. Wherever you go, I will be watching. Thanks for the essence, I guess. Which, that does give us enough essence to turn into the shaman. Cursed are those who turn against the king. Yep. That's basically the idea where we're getting there. Not sure if that did anything useful for us, but you know what? That was something. Really did almost get punished for my impunity of messing around with that idea. Thankfully, we can just use this to get back to the crossroad and then go back up and around to Crystal Peak, so it's not like it's a long trip. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Okay, no. There was just a weird light there for a second. I thought it was saying I could go further left. I'm like, but how? There's a wall there. Is the tram just gonna slam through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man? Because that would honestly be incredible. Yeah, let's loop back around and do what we just did again. Because I did a stupid. Well, not really a stupid. I did a curiosity, and the curiosity didn't go great. Exactly. Oh yeah. Oh no. Just not even dealing with those guys this time. Thanks to the power of my superior height for jumping, I can just leave most of my problems behind. As they are small and low to the ground. Just like I was once. You know, except things like this. Things like this are still a problem. That's what the power pogo is for. Anyway, right back where we were a moment ago. as if nothing happened. Arguably, nothing did happen. Actually, why don't I just tank the hit and warp through you? Much faster. Without the iframes from the Shadow Dash, we would have had to have waited for that because we would have bounced off of them. But thanks to being able to just warp through things, we can just do exactly that and just walk through them. Just only for so far. Speaking of, did I want to change what I have going on here? No, I don't. If I had to take that fight with the flying guy down there or a bit more seriously, I would have considered changing. But them giving you just an easy out and hiding under that ledge is really funny to me. Makes that just completely a non-issue where I almost threw that fight. Missed. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, hey. Fuck you. Bet you thought I was gonna get punished for that one. I still did, but not directly. Now we could do this the double jump way. Let's just bet hedge that one, shall we? So I can't fuck that up. This seems like a interesting place. Hello? Oh, there's a floor we break through. Oh, we have to break through it as well. Oh boy. Oh, I half expected there to be a bunch of spikes down here. Oh, this is another area entirely, huh? Well, alright then. Thanks, I hate it. This place is kind of a nightmare. Especially since these are the platforms that flip over as well. Like, there's just everything about this is a nightmare. You're not gonna stop being spiky until I stop swinging at you, huh? Joke's on you. I have magic. That's the ceiling. The ceiling is pain. Bet you thought that was gonna backfire on me. Good news, so did I. He didn't take the shot, huh? I really thought he was gonna. That's why I was just swinging wildly at him, like, you can't shoot me if I just swing at you. Thank you. Now, well, that seems like a shame for this guy. Yeah, it does work. I don't know if I wanted to do that, but we've done it now. Consumed the descending dark. Tap B while holding down to strike the earth with a burst of power. Spells will deplete soul. Replenish soul by striking enemies. Oh, so I just have a new power. Well, he survives within me now. Does that count? We've upgraded our ground attack. Exactly. Wouldn't want a perfectly good body to go to waste. Oh, that just looped a... Was that literally just this whole place? Wait, how did those come back? Who rebuilt that? What? Self-repairing boards. What a time to be alive. This one came back too. Man, they work fast around here. I came back, though, because I was curious about this. In hindsight, I should have considered the concept of getting ping-ponged into that, but, yeah, you know. Didn't really think that one through that well. In part because I made the arrogant assumption that I'd be able to squeeze through there without making a mistake. You would think I'd know by now. I also may or may not have forgotten that I was down to 2 hits. Have I ever mentioned how much I dislike this area? Because boy do I dislike this area. Because of how easy it is to just get knocked into these holes because of the spikes covering everything. Stop that. Most of the second one. I really can't say that dying in this makes me any stronger. It makes my disdain for some of the decisions made stronger, if that counts. But I don't know if that's helpful, particularly. Just consider, if this wasn't a limited healing game, I also probably could have just solved that problem. That's certainly an interesting choice. Why yellow in particular? Okay, good. Dead me is actually in a decent spot. Thank you, who passed me, for not being an asshole. Oh, this was all for a grub. God damn it, me. Curiosity! Ooh, rip. There ain't a way to fix that in yellow. You're stuck with that decision now. Congratulations on your life choice. Unless you saved recently, then you could fix it. Oh, well, based on that, you definitely both didn't or couldn't fix the problem. But at least you survived. Oof. Remember, kids, save often. If for nothing else, but to avoid situations exactly like that. Yeah, egg spamming in a situation like that'll definitely do you in. It makes sense, though, because there's so much to have to skip through. Hey, all the mechanisms are off now because we had went and hit all the things. This place is like a non-issue, really, for us at this point. Was there a door in my way over there, or did I just want out of here badly enough that I didn't do this? Ah, that's fair. Nostalgia is powerful. It was just a curious choice in the grand scheme of what's available. That is also fair. Oh yeah, we didn't go up there because we couldn't reach. That's why we didn't go here earlier, because we didn't have double jump yet when we were here. Now, does this matter at all? The ever so fun question of, was coming back here a complete waste of my time? Oh, it's this guy again, except stronger, I guess. Is that doing 2 damage at a time? That really felt like it was doing 2 damage at a time, considering my health bar is already Much lower than it should be. Yep, he does 2 damage at a time. That's a yikes. Yup. Nope, as someone who spent a lot of time with fire Pokemon early on, I understand this pain. Not that I ever knew the difference as far as the learn set went. I just went with the pain of like, oh yeah, I just don't get anything other than Ember for forever. Okay, this is just my life, I guess. Oh, he aimed up the time. I jumped way too early. Not to mention, in Gen 1, most ghost types also have Psychic type, which, I mean, have Poison type, rather, which makes them weak to Psychic. So you just get shafted anyway. In fact, no, correct that to all ghost types in Gen 1, because there's only the Ghastly line, isn't there? Yep, and bug type also just kind of suck, so it's just a bad deal all around. Okay, that at least got me another part of a health container, so that wasn't worthless, just wasn't very worthwhile either. I suppose the money will help. Yeah, I may as well just go to the right. Yeah, you're better off just hitting them with whatever you have that's strongest. It doesn't matter. Or at that point. Super effectiveness is just a bonus. That's not a thing that will matter at that time. Didn't get in here either because this was too high up. So this may very well be something. Oh yeah, that's right, because Butterfree doesn't even learn any bug moves, does it? It mostly learns, like, a couple poison things and then mostly flying things. Aside from the odds, I believe it learns Psychic as well? I don't remember. I wish I could shoot lasers. Yeah, but if you've got Butterfree by the first gym, you've probably spent a good long while that you didn't have to, unless you very specifically don't have anything for it. Which, then again, based on the Charmander statement, you know, that kind of gives away the yes, you didn't have anything for it problem. Oh, that's right, because it was yellow, yeah. Which still means you didn't have anything for it. Stop that. We've gone a real long way into the nothingness at this point, huh? Just real out into the weeds. Okay. Go from here, then. I was worried about hitting something on the ceiling instead. Yeah, the nostalgic pain, I understand. I mean, I'm certainly not one to judge. Look what I do for a job, basically. As I always say, our kid selves had a lot less going on, so it was much easier to deal with things. Okay, we're in Hollowness Crown, which might be something relevant. Hello? Oh. All of that for a pale ore? And a big fucking hole. Well, nothing for it. Wait. It almost looked like there was a ledge there. Ah. And now we're back here. Okay. That was just to get a pale ore, I guess. Huh. Alright then. Well, and to technically learn something, we saw quite a bit there, even though it didn't say anything specifically. Did any... This is a genuine question, since the Game Boy printer has been brought up. Did anyone ever actually use that thing? Like, I've only ever heard of the Game Boy printer, and for the most part, the only people I've ever seen hold one in their hands has been collectors. Well, yeah, I know it was meant to be used with the camera, among a couple other things. To, like, print out the pictures you took with the camera. I just, like I said, literally never heard of any instances of people actually using it. So I was very curious. That's fair. That's one of those, I worked for this. I'm going to immortalize this thing that I've done. Oh yeah, no, I remember very consistently hearing that it was garbage. But it was still very interesting to have just a portable camera in that regard. Because that was still when such things were not very common. There we go, timed it. I'm so glad I didn't do this till now, goddamn. That's a lot of lasers. And this, I presume, takes me back across it. Yeah. If you didn't have friends with other versions or anything, you would end up just SOL. Okay, that is solid. Oh, there is something here. Deep focus. Okay. Naturally formed within a crystal over a long period, draws in soul from the surrounding air. The bearer will focus soul at a slower rate, but the healing effect will double. Neat. Yeah, it would have been... It would not have survived unless you, like, laminated it or something, and even then it probably would have faded out regardless. Okay, I think that's everything here cleaned up. Well, no, because there's two side paths up there where we were to go get the pale ore as well. One of those might be a thing. But I don't think I have any reason to pursue those at the moment. I would be surprised if there are multiple areas connected to that. So there might be more to Hollowness Crown. But nuts to it, I'm done with being here. I would like to leave. Almost out of here. have to imagine these conveyor belts must have messed up so many people. Well, of course, there's only so much you can do to match just pure jank and old technology. Yeah. You would have to actually go, like, find somebody who still makes that exact paper. Which, good luck with that idea. I'm sure there are people that do it. So that probably costs an arm and a leg in scale. Yeah, of course you did. And I'm sure it printed out about the same length as a CVS receipt. Okay, off the green path to see where that goes. So I'm pretty confident that that will end up being just a side thing over here, probably. Yeah, like I said, a CVS receipt. Oh hey, an item I missed. Give me money. I just kept going around to the right in here because I'm like, I'm not dealing with that. Man, it's been a while since we've been in here. Oof. Too real, too real. To be fair, the toilet paper might hold up better. Can't believe of all things a dodgy double jump is what got me there. Or a dodgy wall jump, I should say. Okay. I'm gonna try to do this without crystal dashing, because it'll be a little easier to control where I end up this way. And that's kind of the thing I was anticipating, is them starting to guard it with multiple of the flyers. Okay, they definitely want you to bounce across this. Yep, because there was ceiling. I kind of figured there was gonna be spike ceiling somewhere along the way. I got denied because I made contact with him when I didn't intend to. Look at that. Look at my sword going through him. This is the shit that causes problems with doing parts like that. My sword went right through his shell, because there's a part of him that doesn't have a hitbox. This is exactly what's wrong with bits like that. Like, that should have been so clean, and it's like, but what if it wasn't, though? What if fuck you? Now we gotta go get our shit back. And with how, like, super involved this whole thing is, I feel like it's probably gonna be worth it. Honestly, this game's not that bad. Like, everything I've really had a major ordeal dealing with so far with this game has ended up being optional. So, bear that in mind. Just because I'm stupid and I attack things that are optional does not mean that this whole game is difficult. You know what? That's fair. That is a judgment call only you can make. There we go. Nice and clean. And that, I assume, is the way back, which means this is probably a dead end. Can I reach that? Yep, sure can. Maybe this is actually something important, though, because there's a bench on the other side here. But this is a dead end like I thought, because the map clearly shows that it ends here. Oh. Huh. A visitor. Why have you crept in here, little grub? Perhaps like me, you have a taste for discovering new things? I am Shio, and in a previous life I was a nail master. Yes, the only thing that drove me was becoming stronger and honing my skills with a nail. I imagined it was my one calling in life, but that feeling faded over time. Now I seek a new calling, something that speaks to my soul and compels me forward. That's why I spend my time here, secluded, trying to master the art of creation. Painting, sculpting, these things bring a new kind of pleasure. You don't seem very moved by what I've said. Was it Shio the nail master you were looking for? Did you come to learn nail art? I'll teach you if you insist. Yes, please. Okay, that's neat. Teaching through a painting. Mastered the Great Slash. Hold X to concentrate energy into the nail. Release the button without up or down to perform the Great Slash. So, my work, does it move you? The wielding of a nail, the wielding of a brush, these things are not so different. We cut into the world so that we can peer deeper inside. For now, though, I have nothing more to teach you. Path forwards, only you can see it. Good luck. I would say that was mostly worth it. Because now, if we hold a charge, we just get one real strong swing. Which might actually be very handy sometimes. Look at this, though. What are you supposed to do with this? I guess exactly that. Exactly what I just did. Just thread the needle. But, like, there is a reason to be over here. Another rancid egg. Oh, I see. So if you came here without double jump, you'd have to go this way. But since I had double jump when I came here, I could just hop up. And because I noticed that there was a gap up there. Because otherwise you'd have to do exactly what I did backwards there. To actually get to the Nail Master. That was not the forward progress I was hoping for, though. I was kind of hoping there would actually be some, like, new ability or something particularly important over here. It sure does. Not really sure why that's coming up now, but yeah, that is a thing. The only problem you'll run into is if you're looking for something specific, you won't be able to find it if it's from anywhere after there. But if you're looking for something specific, you can probably filter your way around it anyway. That's fair. It was just such a non sequitur that I'm like, even I can't come up with a connecting point to that. Because usually I can figure out where people got to something from, even when it's like a reach and a half. That one I'm just like, This is just a fact. I got nothing to work with here, but it is a fact. I don't think I have anything to do here. Presuming that the Lake of Un doesn't have anything for us. Because I think we had, like, somebody we talked to there once, and then they left, so we had no reason to be there anymore. In theory, we might be able to do something over by the Hunter. Because we have filled out a lot of logs. So that might be a thing. We also probably should go to Fog Canyon. See if there's something I'm missing there. Because we still don't have the map for Fog Canyon, let alone anything else. Because I just said to hell with that place and just went, nope, I'm out of here. Oh, there's also this that I can get now that I have double jump as well. The Hollow Nest Seal, which I still have yet to use any of them to get money or anything. I've just ignored that concept entirely. Because I've just not needed it. It's a real shame for those big guys. Now that I have quick swing, I can just deflect their charge and rip right through them. They're just not a thing anymore. You know, till my sword swing just happens to be the exact wrong frame. That's fine. Everybody gets one. I could let these guys live, because I'm not even bothering to grab the money. But for past me, I feel like I have to avenge myself a bit along the way. Alright, Natra, good luck. I will do what I can. This game has to let me have a good time. Which it does not always. We can swim in acid now, but I don't know if that does anything for us. Oh, this isn't actually connected to Fog Canyon, but we didn't have this on the map. Is this anything? Energy, okay. Knock knock. I don't know, this is more green path. There's money down here to be grabbed. Not that I have, like, any huge needs for money at the moment, though obviously picking up more charm notches would be nice. Birds. Wait, is this something? It is something. I saw there was just a weird void there, and I'm like, that seems incorrect. There's something there. And lo and behold, there was. Somewhere for me to get shot. Rude. Talked about this before with this game, but I'm going to talk about it again. It really is just a hell of a thing how your perspective will shift just because you're in a different mood when you're playing something. It's like, I'm having a completely different experience and a completely different approach to things here than I did all that time ago. I don't even know why I'm pogoing off of those other than it's fun. So we can just swim in there now. Imagine if I could cut that from underneath and just crush myself. Oh, there's something up. Wait, how do you get up there? Huh. Looks like there might be like a whole long path up there, so it might be I gotta get to the end of this path down here. And then I can get up there. Yeah, in fact, it's probably right here. For soul. Hooray. That's actually the first time I've seen the meter increase there. I didn't know how that was gonna work. Is the times I've seen people play the randomized version of this, I don't think I ever saw them get more soul energy. The once our lands, a pale being lays claim to the caverns ahead. It may appear benevolent, but it does not share our dream. Be wary to wander that place. Alright. I can't help but notice, though, that there's, no way in there. There must be another, like, long way around or something. Or you're expected to come at that from the other end. So you don't swim in. And it didn't seem like there was a way through from up there. So they sealed that off for one reason or another, I suppose. And I think that was the first soul energy container thing that I picked up naturally. I believe I bought the other ones. But it's suddenly much more worth my while to hit enemies to generate soul now. Because we can actually store more of it. Because usually we would just quickly run out of room in our single container there. So, like, the soul catcher has relevance again suddenly. So quickly mark this off on the map. Oh, hi. Super leaf monster. Who's dead now? Wow, that didn't last long, huh? Look at them scatter. We have broken their legion. Look at them run. I wonder, I probably could have killed them off as they ran away, but that seems unnecessary. Because we got credit for the kill already, so it's not like it mattered in any useful way. Oh yeah, there's the stone sanctuary over here that I forget whose purpose it was. I forget what that place even was for. The important part was I went the wrong way to go to the bench. So I wanted to mark everything we had done on the map. So that it is immortalized forever. There we go. While the ad's running, is this something important? No. This is probably just useless balls. Yep. Useless trash. Okay. Very good. Just gonna take a moment to check on a couple things while the ad runs so people don't miss anything too significant. Alright, there's a bit of ad time left, but let's make some leg work happen while we wait for people to come back, because they're not going to miss anything too important in the next minute of running about, most likely. I don't have that much to look at right now to check on things. Bubbles. Get back to the no map of this area problem. Also means that I would have to remember where I've been in here and where I haven't. Which, let me tell you, I sure don't. That's the only thing I do remember about this place, is that everything explodes. So I'm better served by just not attacking things. I'm pretty sure we did either this or something very similar to this already. I think it's only something very similar to this, though. Because I believe there's somewhere in Green Path where these electric things exist. Speaking of Green Path, this suddenly looks a lot like that. New enemies, too. Or... Welcome back from the ads, everyone. Oh, there's one of these gates here. That's a completely accidental stumble there, but let's not go in there yet, because I would assume that the map isn't going to be behind that. And I would like the map before I go too wild. Like simply hitting the map button. Oh neat, there's a hot spring here. But it's acid. Good thing I have acid immunity, eh? Otherwise that would have been a problem. Overgrown mound. So there's been a crystal mound and an overgrown mound now. I'm assuming the mounds are all relevant in some way. For something at the very least. I feel like this is something I was probably supposed to have done way earlier. Before I have all this mobility and attack power and everything. It'd help if I didn't just, like, completely flail like a fool. Sounds like the door opened. I wanted my health back before I did anything else. There we go. That's a deep hole. Thankfully, there's a way out. Oh. Hello, what's this? Consumed the Howling Wraiths. Tap B while holding up to unleash the Wraiths. Spells will deplete soul. Replenish soul by striking enemies. Ah, so I just have an upward spell now. Okay. Neat. So I guess that's meant to be like an anti-air. That's why this place was riddled with flying enemies. Guess who's never gonna remember that he has that? I'll give you a hint. It's this guy who's leaving the place now, and I've already forgotten what I did here. But that does fill out our items more. I was wondering about that, because it seemed like there would be more spells. Oh, but that went in the middle, so that might be the only other spell then. Because I thought there was going to be like 4 corners, so there'd be one more spell. Unless there is 5, and there's one to either side of that one. But I feel like visually, the 3 here make the most sense. So there's probably like upgrades for both of these out there, just like the Descending Dark. There's probably like a dark version of both of these or something. But this UI is looking pretty full now. We're probably running out of things to pick up. Like, we got 3 more, like, key item spaces over there on the right, underneath these spots here. But that's about all that's left in this UI, logical space-wise. Of course, we still have a bunch of charms left we haven't found, but again, not aiming for 100%. So, probably won't find all of the charms. Oh, we are, like, on top of where one of the Dreamers are, apparently. Not really what I was aiming to do, but that is something I've found. I'm gonna presume they're around here somewhere because this room looks important. I wanted to open that first. Queen's Gardens. New area. New area I'm not sure I want to be in, but we're here. Oh good, we now have enemies that'll emit spikes when they die. And I have to destroy the body to get rid of the spikes. Joyous day. You know what, it is less of a pain if I just let you live. Oh yeah, you need swimming to get through here, because you wouldn't be able to squeeze under this otherwise. I'm always paying attention to what they expect you to have and what, like, the logical order of things is. Okay, this leads back to Fog Canyon. I still don't have the map for here, so let's go back to trying to find the map. There's something here. Wait, wasn't this where the bank was? Yeah. Okay, we know where we are at least. Speaking of... But you just hang on to all of my money for the moment. Thank you. I kind of wanted to see if there was, like, anything you would trigger by putting a bunch of money into the bank. Like, if they had, like, a rewards program for storing X amount with them. Oh, yeah, duh, this is... Okay, yeah, so the other door, Queen Station, was what I remembered. It is connected to Fog Canyon, and the path over there that we didn't take led to Queen's Gardens. Now that we know that that area exists, we now know the name of that connection. Okay. Very good. Where the fuck is the map for Fog Canyon? If there's one thing I am actually very concerned about finding all of, it's the maps. Knowledge is helpful. But, like, there's, like, no territory to this area for me to possibly find anything in. This place is deceptively really small. Or at least it seems like it is because of how quickly we found a completely different area attached here. But also found my way, like, immediately back to where we had run straight to before. Ah, there we go, he's this way. I hear him. Ah, but we couldn't have gotten to him without going... Huh? How the hell did he get through it? He's got some explaining to do. How the hell did you even get here? Oh, as odd as much of Hollownest can be, there's a whole new level of strangeness about these caves. Did you see that dark gate below? It's quite unsettling to be near. I did my best to avoid it. Fortunately for me, I found another route in, though I did end up a little singed after wading through some acid. Ah, okay, so you could swim around the shadow gate that's there. Okay. Or at least he did. But I don't have the money for the map because I put my money away. You don't have enough Geo? Oh, I understand. I'd give you the map as a gift, but I don't think my wife would be happy if I did. All our food is made of Geo, as they say. That's the first time we've actually gotten that line, because I've never said no to buying a map before. Ow. It is interesting that he very correctly assumes that you're only saying no to the map because you don't have the money for it. Didn't even see that. Oh, I see what happened, though. These things. I thought I was gonna be out of range. And that's what you get for fucking around sometimes. Also, what you get for putting your money in a damn bank. Just consider, if I hadn't put my money away in the bank, it would all be left on that corpse, yes, but I also would have the map right now. Be able to better get back there. So it's literally right over here. I literally just missed it on like the first turn in this area. Yeah, the geo melts, so I can't even grab it if it falls in there. What the? There was two of them like stacked on top of each other, I guess. Let's go get her body back, even though it doesn't matter that much other than solving the energy carrying issue. Detonate that one that way this time. Find somewhere to get some money or go back to the bank. On the bright side, assuming we fill out the map with what we've learned, whether we learned it before or after getting the map, we should have most of this area filled out. I wasn't fast enough on that. The idea was to dash into here and then jump up to get away from that bomb. Yeah, those jellyfish really are not worth much money either. Wait. Oh, what are you doing here? Doesn't this kingdom just abound with surprises? A building atop an acid lake. Despite the sight, I can't help but feel a familiarity. Something stirs in my mind, though I can't tell what. I'd thought it was my lust for discovery that led me here, but now there seems something else. This building beckons me. Now, it's got a dreamer head on it, so I'm assuming that's why it beckons you, most likely. Okay, now we're back to where the bank is, so I guess I'll go get my money back, and we'll go get the map. Or could mess with this. Wait, no, this is how we got back over here. That's where the Queen's Garden is, right there. I've entertained the idea of putting money in the bank. Let me have all my money back, please. I'm glad there wasn't like a transaction fee there where I was gonna lose part of my money when I took it back. That would have been honestly very funny, but also very annoying. This also means, though, that the map in the Queen's Garden might very well be past the Shadow Gate over there, too. Do you have anything else to say about this, actually? Nope, you're still talking about the same thing. Oh, wait, there we go. I can feel it calling. Dare I head in? Oh, that's up to you. I don't know if I'm going in there. Seems like a silly place. So I may very well end up dealing with the Dreamers at this rate. I could have swore there was more than one ending, and you could avoid the Dreamer fights entirely if you do a specific ending. It's of course all dependent on my memory. So I could easily be barking up the wrong tree entirely. I'm going the wrong way. I've ended up back in the infected crossroads somehow. How did I... Huh. Today I learned that there's a connecting point there, which explains why this room even exists, other than for the grub. Huh. Nifty. This does, however, mean that I took a wrong turn somewhere forgetting the map. I don't think it was over here, was it? Oh, those do explode just on contact, huh? That was just a yikes across the board. No, I do think I am very much going the wrong way, because I don't remember all of these explosive eggs. At the same time, you know, I'm kind of here. So curiosity dictates I go have a look around. Man, I hate it here, though. Holy hell, this is just awful. Ah, dashing through that doesn't count, huh? Understood. Yeah, see, that just goes off anyway. That is kind of disgusting. I'll be honest with you. I really hate that. Like, I think I see what they expect you to do to handle that, but I didn't have the energy to do it. It was my problem. Is what I think they might have expected you to do would be to clear those with magic, rather than trying to dash through them. But you would think, since you are indestructible while you're in Shadow Dash, you would be safe there. But of course not. Why would anything nice and good like that happen? I'm surprised I had the range for that. Let's find our way back to the right part of this place without having a map to guide me. Yeah, like that. That's almost certainly what they expect you to do to solve that situation we were in. Which is what all the little floating jellies in there are for, is so that you can destroy them. I very greatly dislike this place. It's like, this is just like forever careful. You cannot be reckless in here at all, or you just get punished constantly. Yeah, this is where we ended up. I was literally one room away from where I was supposed to be, but I got my height wrong. The fact that these explosive jellies also do contact damage just by existing is a bit of a bitch. Ow. What the fuck? But it went over there. It should have hit the ceiling before it turned around and got to me. Come the fuck on. That's a load of shit right there, and you know it, game. We might be about to lose a lot of money. Especially when he just kind of drifted into me without me having any chance to do anything about that. I fucking stepped back, but the game was like, no, he totally made contact with you before you stepped back. So there went 2,000 Geo. Just all going to heaven, thanks game. Just complete robbery there. Because I'm pretty sure this game doesn't... Actually, no. No, I think this game does have multiple bodies. Because... Oh, no, maybe it doesn't. We'll find out. But I'm pretty sure it's gone. And that really sucks. This is why I put my damn money in the bank, but no, I wanted to get to where the map was, but I'm an idiot when it comes to navigating this place sometimes. Like, I genuinely just have moments where I just cannot navigate fucking basic concepts for some reason. And other times where I can navigate fine. I don't really have a good explanation for it. It just, sometimes brain just don't brain. So constantly needing to duck, dip, and dive around explosive fuckery everywhere definitely does not help my navigation. Case in point. Especially since that one kind of gets hidden a bit as well. Because, you know, that's fair and fun, isn't it? Yes, yes, you and your stupid random electroflies. This place is ass. This place is shit. This place is the worst thing ever designed. Oh, I love when I just get double tapped, even though the explosion should have been gone already. Well, more than likely doesn't matter anymore. Because even if it lets me have 2 corpses, I don't know if it's gonna let me have 3. Having 6 health and having everything in there doing 2 damage plus also is just nasty business. Because maybe it's just me, but I'm having to focus enough on just being able to navigate where I need to go in there, let alone constantly watching out for shit that'll just explode. Because you existed near it. Like, filling this place with fucking landmines is just brutal. Doesn't help when your dash to get through these things is inconsistent. And you might be wondering, well, why didn't you heal before you set the explosive off? I wanted to save energy to clear the egg pile so I wasn't just gonna get fucked in there instead. No matter what I do in this area, I get shafted. Because this is very much a, hey, we punish you for existing area. The good news is I now arguably have no reason to go back into this hellhole. But if I don't, everything we've lost up to this point to it also is now completely wasted. Thanks, game. Thanks for making that not count. I'd love to know why that exploded. I'm gonna assume it was my own long nail betraying me there. And yeah, that was the proof I wanted. There's no corpse in there. But now there's a new corpse in there. But it doesn't matter because I have no money. So here's what we're gonna do to solve this problem. You, kill me. Do a better job of killing me. All I wanted to do was get a fucking map. But no, that place has to be riddled with disgusting explosive orbs that are just designed to make you hate playing this video game. Like, I will be honestly shocked if we encounter anyone that's like, I love this area. And I will have some very interesting questions for them. Mostly, why are you like this? Like, it's one thing to enjoy pain, but this just doesn't... That just doesn't seem right either way. Just try to farm enough geo somewhere else right quick in order to be able to afford the map in there. Problem being, nothing really around here is going to be worth much, because all my money got set on fire. Like, I would genuinely have rathered they filled that entire explosive egg room with spikes that send you back to the beginning of it. Because at least that, you have a little bit more of a chance of not just spontaneously dying to. Whereas the combination of the floating explosives and the explosive eggs mean you could actually just genuinely die from even 4 or 5 health before you even know what's happening. And that's the thing I really have an issue with there. As one who only has 6 hit points. And yeah, there's like fucking nothing here that's worth any real amount of money. So I either have to forego the map in this area, which would suck, or I'm gonna have to figure something out. What it's probably gonna be is we're just gonna go down through Queen's Station down here and go fight things over on this side so we can afford the map. Because God forbid we be allowed to have nice things. What I should have done was only pull part of my money out of the bank, and I know that, but I also didn't want to have to keep running back to the bank constantly. Because, oh, what fun and exciting content that would be, running back to the bank over and over again. Oh, we'd be thriving there, wouldn't we? Because I would have to assume that this game would not be so kind as to let you spend your money from the bank. Because how would they communicate? Yep. More things that explode, though, over here. There's at least more things in a smaller area, so I can actually, like, gain a meaningful amount of money quicker. Even if it is at risk. So the whole meaningful amount of money thing really is still kind of a crapshoot in this game. Is short of those geo mounds that we wasted a bunch of just now. You really don't make money very quickly. It was like, those guys are only worth like 2. Like, we have another 100 to make before we can do what I'm trying to do. So I may be better off just foregoing this idea entirely. Which sucks, because I would really like to actually, you know, be able to see the map of that area. So the alternative would be to just buy it from the main map shop later. I don't have to deal with that. Or I guess the other idea would be to use the stagway to go to somewhere I can make more money. But I don't really know where to make money in this game, because I've not really focused on that idea at any point. Because why would I? Main things I would be using money for at this point would be just getting, like, charm knots and such. So... let's just go back over here into the Queen's Garden, and we'll come back across when we have enough money. Fog Canyon just blows anyway. Like, this area at least is giving, like, a real amount of money per enemy instead of 2, 2, 2. Or at the very least, the spike guys give money. Yeah, look at that. We've already gained, you know, almost as much as we got out of that whole other part. Just from, like, 2 guys. Probably should actually go look at the egg temple because of how many rancid eggs we have. Go that way, yeah. But I assume that's gonna get out of the way at some point. Ah, that's how you work. You're some kind of weird, like, mantis flyer. Or that throws things. Understood. Yeah, I kind of figured the whole bottom there was gonna be spikes, considering it kept dropping me. From here. And of course, you know, we gotta figure out where the map of this area is as well. Which I would have to assume is gonna be a similar price to the Fog Canyon map, as they do seem to be increasing in price. Though some of them were cheaper than others, so... a little bit of a gamble on the logic there. Went to open the map, forgetting that I literally just said I don't have the map for this place. Proving once again that reflexes can trump brain very easily. Looks like the spike guys also don't come back very readily. I suppose makes sense. Enemies that are worth that much money probably shouldn't be coming back all the time. Otherwise, people could farm money much easier. Yeah, this is how we got back in here. We're not quite rich enough to go get the map. Of course, by the time I have enough money, I'm going to have forgotten where that turn is to get the map, and I'm going to be mad all over again. Just gonna point that one out right now and get that out of the way. Wonder what condition brings those guys back to life. Is it touching a bench? Is it reloading the world? Would, like, loading out of the zone and coming back work well enough? World may never know. Oh. Well, this will be a good way to get enough money, because I'm going to be trapped in here with a bunch of enemies. It's also a real good way to die, though. Especially since I'm just getting comboed. Because I wasn't allowed to fucking stand for 5 seconds. Good God. Yep, we have almost found the map. We've also found a bench. What manner of nightmares are going to be between me and the bench, though? this just the most intriguing place? So many discoveries waiting to be made. We're about to head out for ourselves, though we can't seem to agree on which way to head. It's led to something of an argument between us. We should really stop squabbling about such petty things. Probably, yeah. Oh boy. Have you heard of Hollowness Queen? Apparently these gardens were once her retreat. Now some vicious types are crawling all over the place and the plants have grown wild. As inhospitable as it is, I've enjoyed my travels here. Care to see my efforts? Yep, it's another 150. Yeah, I don't have enough geo. I need 6 more, bud. Yep. I saw that when we came around the other way. Go. Okay. I was suspicious of this big empty room because big empty room usually means boss room. So I was like, am I gonna get jumped when I walk in here? Okay, let's see about just grabbing the 6 geo we need and we'll get this map and then we'll worry about the Fog Canyon map eventually. There we go, there's the geo we needed. Oh, of course those are solid from underneath. Why wouldn't they be? Remember what I said about not being allowed to have nice things in this world? Yeah. Yeah, about that. At least we'll have a map, and that will be enough to make me happy here. Get our health back. Okay, we now have a solid bit of knowledge of this place. I'm assuming that little arch down at the bottom right there is the door we saw Quirrell standing next to. Where the Dreamer Theoret... No, because the Dreamer head is over there, though. Eh. Yeah, because I think the archway room was part of Fog Canyon, not technically... Yeah, because you notice the head's still floating there, so no. That's technically part of Fog Canyon, not part of here. I don't know what that arch down there is. Unless that door is what I'm thinking. No, because... I don't know. I can see a justification for either, so my brain is fighting itself right now. We also can't go this way because this door is closed. So we need to go around. Means we basically need to go back to where that dark gate was that we saw before. Interesting how this one's back. But the other one... Actually, no, because we touched a bench. Duh. Silly brain. I was gonna say, this one's back, but the other ones didn't come back. That actually all makes perfect sense. Or at least pick up most of the money. Yeah, see, as long as we're, like, decently aggressive, we can handle those guys just fine. Problem is, in order to get up there, we need to be able to get through there. And there's a stagway right there that I would love to get to. I might have to go around to that bottom right section, though, in order to get anywhere in here. Because we can't go this way. Unless there's another entrance from Fog Canyon above as well. Since this place is entered from Fog Canyon multiple ways. Which means I get to go back to my favorite place! Yay! Why did they have to make such a horrid area so necessary? Answer, because they knew it would cause their player base pain. already have knowledge on those, so that's nice. Geo. Like, at least we're making some money, and yeah, this is where the gate was, so... No, it wasn't. This was where the... There's just enough similarities to some of these rooms that I get them crossed, because, like, these gates are in so many different places. But I keep thinking that that gate is a sign of that specific room. And I can't even be mad about that at the games. That's literally just my brain fucking with me. That's not even the game's fault. Yeah, here's that gate we... Oh no, we did pass it though. Fuck me. Yeah, because this is where that one room was. What's the purpose of this room again? Oh yeah, this is where we got the ghost move that we probably aren't gonna really use at all. I really should go get my nail upgraded as well. We have 2 pale ore to get the upgrade done with. But I keep forgetting about it because of all the everything else we're dealing with. Yeah, see, it only actually goes to Fog Canyon at that point. So is this technically part of... No, because if it was part of the green area, it would have the map indicating so, and it doesn't. So I guess this is technically part of Fog Canyon, but not Fog Canyon enough for it to pop the name up when I walk in? I don't know. Weird. Some of the way the map works in this game remains odd. And probably will forever remain odd. Which, to be clear, I don't really have any specific problems against the mapping system of this game, aside from moments like now where I'm just kind of frustrated trying to get a specific map in an area that I do not like being in. So trying to get the map means spending more time in the area I don't like. And I wouldn't really mind the Fog Canyon that bad if it weren't for that one area that's just royally screwed us over multiple times now. What's in here again? Did we even find anything in here? Or did I turn around before going all the way down here? I feel like I turned around. I don't remember this many munchie plants at any point in here. So it may be worth checking this out. Oh yeah, because that opens the door. Good thing I checked. That really could have ended poorly. We also missed out on a bunch of geo in there because of the way that was laid out. So much of it just landing in spikes. And I'm not about to go dive into the spikes just for a couple dollars, even though we need every dollar I can get right now. If it was a real dollar, I'd be a lot more interested. Now the lay of the land in here makes a bit more sense. I was genuinely starting to question things there, like, am I really supposed to only go in through that one specific direction, be able to go anywhere? Because I wouldn't be shocked by that. That's been a bit that's been done in many a game. I think even this one as well already at some point. Or at the very least, you practically only had one path. Even with all the mobility we have, which is still not the most a Metroidvania has ever given me, I will say that. It is enough for the task, for sure. See, there's so much money that just ends up getting dropped. And I know, I could have the geomagnet and fix that, but there are so many more important things I could be keeping in those slots instead. Not to mention, I didn't even buy the money vacuum charm, I don't think. Because basically every time I saw it, I'm like, I need this money for something else. Else that matters to me more. Another bench there, but what's up here? Oh, there's a stagway in there. So there's 2 stagways in this? It was a trap. Getting hit with spikes because these guys blend in. Yep, I knew I was dying there because I had no room to move anymore. That is such a dick move. Like, hey, there's a stagway over there, but there's also an army of assholes waiting to murder you. We're really hitting some of those we're gonna just twist your balls sections of the game in here today, aren't we? Remember when I was saying nice things about this game? Remember those brief periods? I remember those brief periods. When I was in a good mood about this game. Definitely reminds me to check in on some of the people I know that really love this series. Especially, you know, considering Silksong is apparently way harder, so that says a lot, I would say. Oh wow, filling that dot over there up doesn't mean fucking anything, huh? Is this bench also a death trap? Sort of. Oh, that's a fucking hole. Spike dudes. This seems more civilized this way. I'm gonna assume the bench is... Oh, fuck you. Of course it's a fucking toll bench. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? Bastards, the lot of them. Let's go back a bit. Go beat up the little guys some more. So we can get some energy off of them. I'm not going into that arena fight with partial health. Not that I don't just get screwjobbed sometimes, because I'm trying to do this in something resembling a reasonable amount of time. Forgetting that this health system is not designed with respect for your time necessarily in mind. It is designed more for people that will not take damage in the first place, which good fucking luck with that idea. Okay, game, why did I double jump there when I only pressed the button once? Like, maybe my finger twitched and the hold I was doing was interpreted as a double press? I'm willing to accept that as a reality, but it remains frustrating when those things happen. Come here, ghost. Now that I know more about what we're getting into here, I really should handle that fight better. Oh good, I got stuck in the doorway because that's great design. I love when all of my enemies have ranged attacks that are better than mine. Makes me so happy. And I'm going to assume that this guy ain't the end of this. No, of course it isn't. Yes, clearly I wanted to go backwards there, not forwards. Why would I want to go forwards? That would be a silly idea for stupid people. Yep, of course we're not done still. Fuck you. Really feel like we're in one of those, they were too busy thinking about if they could cram this area so full of enemies, and they didn't stop to think if they should at any point. We done now? Good. Could you imagine getting through that with like one hit point left and no heal charge and then dying to these stupid little floating bushes? I have all the money I can because I'm betting they're gonna charge me for this damn stagway too, just because fuck you. You know, for all that it pointed that there's a stagway here, I can't help but notice we haven't found one yet. But I think I know what the problem is. I think this is leading me back to where the other stagway sign was. It's kind of like one of those road signs where it's like, yeah, there's one that way. About 10 miles that way. It's over there somewhere. Yeah, see... This is where we were struggling to get through before. So at least we've cleaned that up, and now if we end up back at that bench, we have a much shorter way back. I don't know what it is. Just having the map, like, not even looking at it all the time, makes me able to find my way around these places better. Like, just possessing it. Like, there's, like, a weird, like, anxiety brain that I get when I don't have the map. That just destroys my navigation. Some of these jump patterns these guys have is just awful. I heard him bouncing around. I didn't expect him to just happened to arrow his way straight at me at that particular moment. Where's this fucking stagway? Good God. Right side, this is all the money I wanted. Not enough to reimburse what we got fucked out of before, but you know. One problem at a time. Oh, hello. That looks interesting. Can't get to it, but it looks cool. Has absolutely nothing to do with what we came up here for. Y'all might end up missing a little bit of what's going on here during the ads because we're not really in a good position to do inconsequential things during this ad break. So as things are currently going, you might not miss much because I may end up having to bash my head against the wall a bit more to get anything to happen. My God, there are so many of these things. Like that, they're starting to feel a little bit like careless enemy spam at this point, rather than like, oh yeah, this is meant to be just kind of threatening. And it's like, no, let's just fill rooms with guys that bounce around because reasons. It's like, could you not though? Could you have done anything else? I can definitely see why some of this is stuff that I definitely noticed that people that were playing randomized versions of this would actively avoid going to. Oh, the Queen is coming. I've been waiting so long. She's almost here. I feel I'm about to burst. I've kept it safe, this sacred garden. I've kept it safe all this time, and soon the Queen will return and teach me to fly. Soon, shall we wait together, stranger? Shall we play together? I don't know about that one. That last part doesn't sound good. It sounds suspicious. Challenge the warrior dream. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought was gonna happen. I'll get back to you on that one. Because this seems like a horrendous location for a fight like that. Aha! Yep, 200 for the stagway. But that's fine. And we have a bench, which is the more important part. Oh, so we were right next to the stagway, just there was the door in the way. Okay. This door right here. Okay. Well, at least we now have access to this stagway. Just gotta remember that there's the path behind it here. But what we could do is we could actually go get the Fog Canyon map pretty easily now. If I really want to. Is what we do is we go to Queen's Station from here. Pass you hold. Is it not for that ghastly machine, the tram? I hope you're not thinking of riding on that grotesque contraption. The thought of a mere machine could attempt what we stags do. Foolish. Very foolish. Before you rang the bell, I'd almost forgotten this station exists. Not often used by the common bugs. A well-guarded retreat for our late queen. Even as overgrown as they've become, these gardens are still beautiful after all this time. Sure, the queen would be happy to know that. Eager to travel the stagways? Just hop on that platform, give me the signal, and we'll soon be on our way. This is the first time I actually remember to talk to him. I got used to him just activating dialogue when we had specific amounts of the stagways opened. Which this does fill in one of the gaps in the Stagway map that I was talking about, though, so there's that at least. If we go back to Queen Station, we can go get the Canyon map and finally put an end to that bit of problem. Use this bench in case things go sideways in the process. It's all the way up there is where we want to go. Well, wanna go is a strong word, probably, because I can't really say I want to be anywhere near Fog Canyon ever again. But on the bright side, once we have the map, we'll at least have context of where things are a bit better. There's the door. Still staring at it. We actually... Yeah, we came down from up above before, didn't we? So just taking my gloves off. It's not so cold that I need those anymore. It's not at the moment. I really dislike how much cover those electric things have. I really thought I would have been able to fit above it. Now this is the bad room, right? Yeah, this is the bad room. Next one up is the one I want. But I kept trending towards that one because of the fact that there's the lightning bug in the way. Or, no, I've got the lay of the land here completely fucking wrong, don't I? God, this place just fucks with my head, apparently. Even though you would think the lay of the land here would be very simple. Because it's mostly just vertical shafts, but that's the problem, is one vertical shaft looks much the same as another. Oh joy, another Hollow Nest seal. Which, selling those would get me back the money deficit we have at the moment. If I cared enough. Enough to go drop it all off. So where the fuck is the doorway I'm looking for? There we go. I think this is the right one. I just somehow skipped past this. No, because this is the right one. These just both look so fucking similar. Because they're both just big hallways full of goddamn jellyfish and pain. Of course, how much do I bet he's not going to be there anymore? So this is all going to have been for nothing. Because he's not making his little humming song. Yep, he's gone. Definitely not feeling lost at the moment. More feeling irritated. Right side, this means I don't need to be in this rat hole ever again. Downside, it means I have to walk through all this shit one more time. And while it remains mostly a meme, I still have to utter the phrase, people like this game, huh? But I feel compelled to make it clear that that is mostly a meme. There is a certain amount of truth to my questioning tone there. But I do have to again make the point I always make about even people's most beloved games and some of the best games out there have dog shit sections, and this is just this game's bad section. Interesting that the elevator tried to follow me up. Anyway, let's go buy the map so I have that cleaned up, otherwise it's gonna drive me batty. Of course, I have to pay an extra 50 for it. Oh yeah, and we now have warrior grave pins we could get too. Not going to, but I could. If there's anything else new to buy over here. Or he's not home. Okay. Going on down here. Oh, this seems less than ideal. So another would join our group. I have a gift for you, warrior. As a shopkeeper, I admit parting with it for free is rather difficult. But as a great nail sage, I must recognize your skill. You have mastered the arts of my remaining pupils. Now, tradition decrees you too may hold the symbol. Wear it proudly, Nail Master. You shall be the last to receive its like. Nail Master's glory. Alright. If you go, Nail Master, I have nothing left to give you. Nothing for free, at least. I'll be up briefly and eager to take your geo in trade for my precious wares. Oh, who knew? Sly was a Nail Master all along. Never judge a book by its cover. I assume now if I leave and come back, he'll be back in his spot. Yep. Still not selling things I particularly need. I have all these other rancid eggs. Sure, I guess we'll buy this one. Just to get that out of the way. Pop to the bench for a second to clean up our map and see about this Nail Master's glory. Contains the passion, skill, and regrets of a nail master. Increases the bearer's mastery of nail arts, allowing them to focus their power faster and unleash arts sooner. That's pretty neat. And it is only a one-spot thing, so it might be worth, like, trading between Sprint Master and that now and then, depending on a fight. We could probably just get one more slot and have both. If we go, like, sell all of our seals and such. Speaking of, I do think we have a place that's relatively near where we sell those things, so maybe we should do a bit of cleanup. Because I believe that's the shop for it right there. 1 second, gonna sneeze, potentially. Or maybe not. Body, what do you want to do? Do you want to do it? Do you not want to do it? What are we doing here? Apparently it's changed its mind. Don't you love that? Yeah, we can quickly just slap our way across here and go make that trade. I don't think I'll sell all of them because I don't want to have piles of money to risk on hand. But I'll sell a bit. We can also hit up the nailsmith while we're here, is part of the idea behind doing this. These big guys are exactly why I went ahead and touched that bench, otherwise we would have had a bit of backtracking to do. These guys are real strong. Honestly, I should probably just not be dealing with them specifically. It's this whole doing 2 damage thing makes it really not worth it to me. We do make solid money on our way just across here, though, which is why I'm doing all of the killing along the way. Oh, rip that guy. Every time we come through here, he ends up in the water. Oh yeah, this is another thing we could use one of our simple keys for. That just gets us into the royal waterways, which we've already been in, so I see no reason to do that. Yeah, the journals are worth 200. The arcane egg is worth a lot. Helen seal, eh? Very interesting, this. You know of the kingdom's 5 great knights. They're revered figures of Hollownest, often mentioned in the annals of the kingdom, but only as a group. Both their names and appearance seem to have been expunged from history. So long has passed since their time, it'd be a great achievement to discover their identities. No, seal, pass it over. I enjoy collecting their like, but there's little information to be gleaned from each. Mind you, they do keep a nice shine about them, and there's nothing wrong with appreciating something purely on aesthetic merits. Do you have anything else for me? If not, get your damp little self out of my home. Yeah, I have a Wanderer's Journal too, so you have something else to say. Wanderer's Journal, eh? Though they're common finds about the kingdom, I much enjoy the deciphering of their texts. Read together, they paint a morbid tale. It seems fate was unkind to most who travel within Hollownest's ruin. We'll sell one more Hollownest seal, and I think that'll do good enough. Others have told me there's a statue out by the city's entrance depicting a large knightly figure. Could be one of the kingdom's great 5. I'd have looked it over myself, but the gate's long been shut tight, and it's too much hassle taking the long way around with all those blast tusks around. Yeah, there we go. We've very quickly gathered 2,000 geo, which is why I was upset about losing the money, but it wasn't, like, the end of the world. Now we'll quickly go get our nails sharpened up some more. And then we'll probably swing by the charm shop to get ourselves a charm notch. Or 2, depending on if I have enough charms to get more than 1. Well, honestly, getting even just 1 would be nice. Two pale ore should be enough to do the job here. Let's see if... Oh no, this is the same text as before, so... Oh, he actually charges money, so it's a good thing I got specifically 2,000. I'm gonna have to go sell more stuff then, before we make the charm notch trip. Oh boy, he goes from not charging much at all to charging a lot for this upgrade. Modified the nail to a spiral form. Very tricky task it was. You'll find it stronger than ever before. You go now, cut your way forward. Oiled nail, a powerful weapon of Hollownest, refined beyond all others. I'm assuming he has nothing else he can do for me. No, he has a 3 e-pale or per order as well. Alright then, we'll see about getting that at some point. Because there's very few things in this that I'm particularly concerned about getting, but the strongest weapon I can get is pretty high on that list. Because with a strong enough weapon, a lot of my problems go away. This does mean, though, that I'm much more compelled to sell a lot more of what we were carrying, considering that price is going to be quite hefty. So what I think I'll do is I'll sell the idol and the egg. Well, maybe not the egg. I don't know if the egg has another purpose. I only have the one of them, but I'll sell one of the idols. King's idol, eh? Helena's king was an elusive figure, deified by the citizens. With the king rarely seen, worship was offered through these idols. There's an expert craft to them. Few alive could match this skill. That wasn't that useful, but you know what? It's fine. Shop will be overflowing with these things soon. I'd never have guessed so many would be still lying around. They're as common as you make them seem. Maybe I've been offering too much for them? Well, he hasn't reduced his price for them yet, so here, take another one. He's just tired of it now. Here, have another journal to make you feel better. Might not offer a lot for each, but they're plentiful about the caverns, and I doubt you'll find another one willing to make a trade for Geo. Yeah, you know, he makes a good point about that, so I'll sell him some more of those. I don't know when I'll get to decipher this one. It's a long, hard work translating the many languages of the bugs that explore these caverns. You have a knack for finding these. Corpses must be frequent on your journey. No doubt your nails created many more. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. It's journals of a traditional stone type. Text endures well upon it. In its declining age, the city switched from stone to parchment woven of spider's silk. It's a small tragedy, but the moisture in these towers has rendered most of those texts illegible. We'll go up to 3,000, and then we'll spend that. You heard that saying about the stone journals? If danger lurks close by and your nail is dulled with wear, just swing your journal at your foes with blunt and deadly flare. It's a good one, isn't it? And accurate. They sure have a heft to them. I get the feeling he's getting ready to clobber me with one of those journals if I keep selling him more of them. Still, we've gained a fair bit of power. We gained a replacement of all of the Geo I've lost, and then some. Now it's time to get whatever charms and such sorted that we can. Continue to aid us on our little adventure here. Alright. Elevator down here, please. Now, with where our path's gonna take us, technically we could actually walk to where we're going almost as quickly. But considering the direct route would be taking us back through the fungal wastes, I will happily... Actually, then again, we want to go to the crossroads to go to the charm shop anyway, so no. It would not be quicker to walk right now. Am I going the right way? Relatively speaking. Yeah, these guys still take 2 hits to kill, but that's fine. Upward. I figured I may as well use this stagway because it's technically closer to where we were. Because I don't have to go all the way across the whole bottom of the town. Back to the Forgotten Crossroads. I just gotta remember that I gotta go up and around. I can't take the low road to the charm shop anymore. Due to the infection that's wafted its way through here. Snail upgrade, though, is certainly going to do us quite a few favors. How did him guarding above his head protect him from me swinging at his side a dozen times? Shenanigans, game. Shenanigans. Impressive that these flyers here still take 2 hits. Even with 3 nail upgrades under our belt. Let's see what we can get a hold of in here. I need 7 more for another notch. I definitely grabbed more money than I needed then. My plan was to hopefully have enough money to buy the remaining ones that were in here and then have enough charms to get the last notch. Clearly that plan didn't work, but we'll grab the rest of these since we have the money for them. You see, I had a feeling I had the right amount of money for it. I just was off in my charm count. Ah, well. We can, however, at least chuck on Nailmaster's Glory if that's what I want. And I do have things like Lifeblood Heart and such available to me now because of doing this. Oh yeah, that keeps me from getting recoil. Yeah. Like, we have a lot of options available to us, but I think I am going to stick with what I've got. Okay, that is a bit quicker. I don't know if that's going to stick around completely, but we'll mess with it at the very least for now. We could check on the Egg Temple and the Grub Guy while we're here. Since we're in the neighborhood. Do I care enough, though? I mean, the Egg Temple might lead to something. Specifically lead to something that would bring us to an ending. So I believe there's a whole specific thing tied to that temple, which is why I've been avoiding going there, even though I've accrued a lot of the eggs. Really thought the explosion wasn't gonna go around that corner. Don't know why I was fool enough to think that, but I was. Now, admittedly, we have enough extra money laying around. We could also go back up to Dirtmouth and pick up a couple things. There's some value there as well. Go, full health. It is very nice having this much strength. Still could be stronger. But at least we've got a lot of strength and we can clear, like, the basic enemies in one go properly. You know, except these guys that just charge at you and explode. Because they really do like their exploding enemies. Which I guess is a way around you continuing to gain strength. This way, they're not just, like, completely made irrelevant. That doesn't mean I have to like it. Didn't even see him there. Admittedly, I wasn't really looking either. I'd admittedly intended to go to the other one first, but I guess we'll go to Grub Guy first. See what rewards we get there, because we've literally never even, like, talked to this guy particularly. Money. More money. Lots of money. Oh, nice. This was actually quite worth it, because this is getting us towards a health extension as well. And look at all this money. Grub song? Wow, how many thresholds did I hit while I was just grabbing these mostly just by accident? Rancid egg from you as well, okay. Just getting showered in cash here. Look at all this money. Colonist seal? Technically even more money, basically. We gained, like, over 2,000, I think, from all these grubs. So that was pretty worthwhile, I would say. Which is not often I'm gonna say that, I will certainly say. Heh. At least they can destroy each other. I love my fast attacks. Really does make repelling things like that very easy. You know what? Before we go into the Egg Temple, since we're right here at the Dirtmouth entrance, let's spend our money before anything bad can happen. We'll go ahead and grab the pins, grab a bunch of other stuff. Oh, hey, he's actually home for a change. That. Does that mean I have all the maps? That might mean I have all the maps. I won't bother grabbing all the markers because I don't use them. Now you'll notice a whole bunch more things marked on our map. Not like a ton more, but a few more. Because we've only seen so many graves by this point, and so many of the Whispering Roots. But still, it's something. Grab me a Mask Shard so we get another hit. That'll give us our 7th hit point, which is going to be huge for us. Grab these, just so they're off this list. Missile Fragment. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the Mask Shard. I thought I was going to originally grab multiple Vessel Fragments in the hopes that I could finish one, but the price increase there made it not viable. Still, we picked up quite a lot on this trip in, so that worked out nicely for us, I would say. Okay, yeah. It was messing with my head a little bit with one of the icons there. It's one of those, if you don't pay enough attention to something, it looks weird when you suddenly see it. And are actually, like, acknowledging it completely. And it looks like this place has been affected too. Hey, it looks real bad in here. Oh, I probably can't do anything here. Yeah, this is why I kept not coming here, is because this needs the 3 dreamers dealt with. For some reason, I thought you could do something with the rancid eggs here. But I think that's somewhere else. Or it's after the dreamers. One of the two. But, you know, I suppose we could go start clearing out the dreamers if I really want to do that. Because I think we know where basically all of them are. Because we've been to where that one is. We've been to where that one is. The only one we haven't been to specifically is the one up in the tower here, but we know where the tower is and more or less how to go up it. So that is something I could just go ahead and do, depending on how rough those fights are. I was purposely avoiding that because I seem to recall that that ends up being a whole thing. So I believe there are other things you have to do other than just clearing those to actually complete that whole chain of ideas. Hmm. I tell you what, since I technically can't really spoil myself too much, let me check something. I think I can just see what the requirements are for each of these. Okay, it looks like I mostly have to actually follow a similar path regardless, based on just the pieces of information I'm allowing myself here. So it does not give me what I need. And yeah, no matter what ending you can get the other ones. Let me take a look at 2 specific pieces of information that will get me the answer to my question. Okay, I don't need to worry about that. That being accidental, and... yeah, okay. So I do know what I need to do. I am on the right idea. That's what I wanted to know. Without telling myself too much, because I know the questions to ask to get the answer to my question. So, on the basis of what I do know, I think I do need to deal with the Dreamers. Alright. Because basically what I needed to do to answer my specific questions without spoiling any information for anyone else is I needed to double check if what I remember hearing people say was correct. And it's seeming like the hearsay information that I'm recalling in place of correct information was actually going to make this take longer than it needed to. Because I remembered, obviously, that this game has multiple endings, but my pathing towards multiple endings was incorrect. And that's it. That's more or less as far as my explanation on that's going to go, to keep it from being too much information for people that are not seeking the information. Because after all, if you really want the information, you can seek it out yourself. After all, it was a very quick search. Because the wiki actually has like a very, very nicely segmented guide on what you need to do. And thankfully, the piece of information I looked at, without any context, doesn't actually spoil anything that I didn't already know. Is as a reminder for everybody watching, my knowledge of this game is fragmentary. Because I have never actually like sat down and watched purposefully someone play through the entire thing, but I have seen some of the final battles, and I have seen a fair whack of random parts of the game from having seen people play this randomized over time. Just as a reminder so that people are like, why is his knowledge so fucking janky with this? It's a mix of the information I have being haphazard in nature, and simply my memory being my memory. And you might be wondering, well, why do you look things up when you tell people not to backseat you or spoil you on things? Because I trust myself far better as far as separating out the information that I need, while not giving myself more information than I want, more so than trusting in someone else to tell me something. And that is not a thing against anyone, or like anyone in particular, or anyone in general, really. This is just how I approach things. And it's also the only way I can guarantee preventing spoilers for anyone else. Because about the only other play I would have in a situation like that would be like asking somebody to DM me information. Yeah, you're still saying the same things you said before. I mean, I'm gonna go in. You can either go or not go as you see fit. Since these are dreamers, I assume they'll be similar to the other ones that we fought in the dream world. This place is neat, though. Full of tubes. Oh good, there's a bench here. So that'll mean a fast reset when this inevitably goes wrong. Oh good, there's more fucking jellyfish in here. Since that little blue one was moving with me, I thought it was gonna attack me, but it's just part of the aesthetic. And I'm not gonna be able to map this place out because this is an interior zone, it seems, but that's fine. Doesn't seem like it's complicated, just like it's got a little bit going on in here. So much for this being a short trip to the fight. Because I assume all of these are gonna be... Oh, that's because it's not a dream fight. There's a physical thing here. Oh no, this is a separate entity though, I think. Moo. Okay, that lightning chases well. Looks like I can't hurt you this way. That might have done damage? I can't tell. Okay, that lightning chases for a solid bit of time there. Oh, hi, Quirrell. Ah, I needed you to pierce its shell for me. Thank you. And then it restores. It's nice seeing other characters actually do stuff. That's frequently something that frustrates me with games, is the NPCs will just exist purely to be background for you instead of actually being useful. I see the idea, though. I need to make sure that I lure the thing near where Quirrell lands while it's not attacking. This way Quirrell can actually weaken it so we can harm it. I'm assuming that Akero thing is over here, or something like that. Nice. Got it. First try. Teamwork. And all without Earl tragically dying or anything, as far as we can tell so far. Now we go deeper. Tank full with charged lumaflies. Oh, that gets me information on lumaflies. Neat. Of absence thir or abundance, shell outer o inner or place in absence thir void liquid substance o weave absence inner o shell o outer thir matter or pure void vessel absence all outer contain. Huh. So, in absence of abundance, something about void liquid mattering to something, to a vessel. I partially understand what they're getting at there. And there's been lots of talk of vessels. So I have a suspicion there's gonna be something very relevant to that at some point. Something glows within the tank. Oh, hi. Did she call you too? I realize it's no coincidence we arrived together. Though much of my memory is blank, this place I recall. Within these chambers, the teacher sought to restore the kingdom's knowledge, and at its core, she stored herself. To save hollowness, the teacher willingly became a seal, but upon herself she enacted an additional protection. Though I cannot recall its happening, I played a part in that feat. She called me here now to reverse that protection, all in aid of you. Ah, your mask was a vital part of this, I see. I would presume now you remember things? Do not hesitate. The choice to reform was hers, not mine. She knows what you would do and seems to welcome it. Figure sleeps within the tank. We have access to the dream now. Let's do what we need to do. At least we got not healed coming in here. So that's nice. Hi. I don't seem to be able to talk to you or anything, so I guess we're just gonna get this over with then. You're not gonna fight back? Kind of expected a fight here. Perhaps they just expect me to feel bad doing this. Which, you know, maybe I do slightly. But, you know, necessary evil and everything. Be one with me, we have places to be. The first of the seals is broken. And that should give you your glimpse into how this all works. One of the pieces that I've been kind of keeping in the back of my brain, because I didn't have proof of it, but I remembered bits and pieces of things people had talked about inside and outside the game. Madam's life is extinguished, and with it her seals break. It's a heavy thing you attempt, but I've seen your prowess up close, and she too believed you capable. Be on your journey then, and allow me a rest of time. With the deed complete, I begin to feel my age. Suppose you had eternal life, perhaps, until the job was done, existing in tandem with the teacher, so that as long as the teacher survived, you too survived. King Light both enkindle, flow, all think, and feel, old light, essence, dream, ungrowth, both and think, aber, a king light, old light, the kin. Which think, flow, aber, dream, uncontained, ungrowth, end life. Ah. I get the feeling that there's been some corruption to these logs. Just a little bit. But it makes a lot more sense that the teacher archive was here now, because they were guarded by a very powerful jellyfish. Though in a world full of bugs, it's interesting that these jellyfish play such a significant role. But let's be about our business and be on our way. We have a lot more to get done. And with that having gone smoothly, I am on guard for things to go wrong. Which should not come as a surprise to anyone. Okay, so what would be my fastest route? Probably to go back to the Stagway we came from, take the Stagway down there, take care of that one, and then save the one in the tower for last. Now knowing that these dreamers don't put up a fight, or at least that one didn't, which I should keep that in mind, actually. There's no guarantee that the other dreamers won't still put up a fight. But I think what I might have been getting confused by is the singular reference to dreamers. Because the 3 dreamers that are important might not fight back, but the warrior dreams do fight back, and that might be where I got confused between the two. Now that we've seen one of them firsthand, now it's more fair play for me to talk about that. Because that's what I was double checking. And I think I understand one of the differences between one of the endings that I was concerned about. But I'm not going to elaborate further on that, because that will end up being more information than y'all need. And those that know already know what I was considering between already. Suffice it to say, there was a specific item I was thinking I needed those 3 for, but wouldn't need otherwise. And I've proven now that I've gotten my wires crossed on that idea. In many ways, I've lit a light bulb for myself on that one. But on the bright side, based on what I think I need to do, we might actually be able to finish this sooner than it's listed to end at on how long to beat. And I don't know why there would be that difference, but there could be that difference. Because how long to beat can be weird at times. Now, I'm not guaranteeing anything here, but depending on how things play out, we may very well be done today. That would be things going exceptionally well, I would say. And it also relies on my specific understanding of this pathing actually being correct, without all of the information. Here's where all the spider boys betrayed me. which led to us ending up here in the lair of the beast. Let me through. I don't have time for you. Is this the thing I needed? No, there was something else I needed to go to. Because we saw somebody laying down somewhere in here, didn't we? So I do believe somewhere in here is the place we need. Or I'm completely wrong. Because you'll notice there's the same motif of the 6 eyes all over the place in here. And all the big critters in here also have 6 eyes on their masks. And at least we can deal with them a bit better now, so we can actually clear our way through here. Oh, I got put here. Interesting. Hey, Mia, thank you for the raid. What were you up to? Howdy, Polar. How's it going? What were you playing today, Mia? I think you were playing Fortnite, I seem to recall. But hopefully you had a grand time and got some good wins in there. We're just trying to figure out where we're going here in Hollow Knight, which I think I do have a solid idea what I'm doing. But if any of y'all need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves is always the most important thing. For those unfamiliar, I'm Drac. I play a lot of weird things. You probably have seen me play with Mia a couple times. M0 there. Yeah, there you go. That's really all you need to know on that one. Trying to find where this one particular dreamer is. I don't remember. There's no other rooms here, right? No, there's the other room here. Mostly good. Mostly good. We had a little bit of a rough time earlier today because of some interesting design choices involving a lot of explosive enemies in one particular area, but we've actually gotten through this pretty clean for the most part, other than optional areas. But I've also been being fairly careful and making sure to be well upgraded most of the time, so... It is definitely not an easy game. Not by any stretch of the imagination, I would say. But I do think that my target is in here. Is to explain what I'm talking about for those coming in. See that head icon other than mine that's there? That's what I'm hunting for. Is I need to take out the 3 dreamers to open a seal that's in there, where the scary dark head there is. So, I need to find my target, is the problem. And this place is full of really nasty critters, so it's gonna take a bit of doing. But we'll make it work. Also, arachnophobia warning in this general area, because there's a lot of spiders that crawl around in the foreground and things like that. So, be advised on that one. Ah, there we go. There's what I was looking for. We just enter their dreams. And we'll see whether we have to fight this one or not. Looks like you're just gonna cooperate like the other one did. Works for me. Let's just get this over with quickly then, shall we? There you go. Another seal broken. Along. We got places to go. That's 2 out of 3 down. Just one more before the door opens. Actually, thinking about it, I can explain the split. Oh, wait, hang on. I'll explain after we have a chat with Hornet here. So you've slain the beast, and you head toward that fated goal. I'd not have obstructed this happening, but it caused me some pain to knowingly sit and idle. What? You might think me stern, but I'm not completely cold. We do not choose our mothers or the circumstance into which we are born. Despite all the ills of this world, I'm thankful for the life she granted me. It's quite a debt I owed, only in allowing her to pass and taking the burden of the future in her stead, and I begin to repay it. Leave me now, ghost. Allow me a moment alone before this bedchamber becomes forever a shrine. Yeah, so you were connected with that Dreamer. Explains why you appeared on my path so many times. Much like our other friend did along the way to the teacher. So you wonder who's gonna be attached to the third one. And the only way to find out is to get there. Thankfully, we have a convenient stag way to get us there a little quicker. King Station will probably be closer. Rest. No, I should have snoozed those ads, but it'll be okay. You're not gonna miss anything because I'm gonna be walking back to a place anyway. I gotta get up there. Best way to get up there, I would presume, is that area we haven't accessed. That is right to the side of us. Right in that dark blue section. Because we were told that they were at the top of a tower. So the logic denotes the tower itself must be climbed. Starting, obviously, from the bottom. Attack, damn you. Got him. Okay. For those who may be surprised with the speed I'm dispatching some of these guys with, bear in mind I've upgraded this nail now 3 times. I would assume only have 1 more upgrade left. More than 4 upgrades would be surprising. So we definitely chew through enemies pretty good. I assume I go up this way. Something big in here, that's for sure. They have a really nice effect. You get them real late is the downside. Because that's this game's equivalent of a double jump, and we picked that up last time, I think? So, like, 3 sessions into playing this. Like, the art and design and everything is definitely a high mark for this game. I have mixed feelings about some of the level design and some of the fight design. But other than that, like I said, this game does go over quite well. Oh, my cunning scheme. He keeps not being in the spot I need him to be to do the clever thing. Okay, fine. Oh, no, I'm stuck in here. Okay, never mind. We'll have to deal with you then. That was poorly thought out on my part. Welcome back from the ads, everybody that was stuck in them. We are in the tower I need to be in order to get to the last dreamer we need to get to. Just gotta, you know, get this guy out of my way first. He's being very smart, and he caught me on the damn backswing again. Got him. Yeah, I kind of figured that would open the door. That's the only reason I even bothered with him. And that lever opening something up above, I assume was necessary then. Not that door, though. Did it open? Oh, this door here. For those who are concerned about me wiping these guys out, the ones that are running and everything, don't worry. They're already dead. I'm just getting rid of the corpses, essentially. So there's no need to feel too bad there. They're just empty shells of their former selves. Not that that's great either, but you know, it could be worse. Okay, that leads me back here. For those wondering why my map's not updating, if you've not seen this before, the map only updates when I go to benches to actually sit down and draw in everything. It's a neat thing, but also sometimes a little bit of an annoying thing. Yeah, this is an area we've been to already, but we can quickly go hit the bench that's up here to log everything we've seen. Sir? No. There's the bench. As you can see, map updated. And now we have knowledge of a chunk of the interior of that tower. I could have hit the bench that was in there, but I forgot where it was, and it wasn't marked yet, so I just opted for one that I knew where it was. It's not that hard to get back and forth. Not so far, anyway. As long as you actually make sure to connect these things up. Like, obviously, we couldn't have gone back and forth to here from the get-go because this lever would have kept a door somewhere around here shut, I presume. Otherwise, we could have just walked in the tower whenever, and clearly the nobles would never want the common people to be able to wander into their tower. What a wild concept that would be. Oh, what a dreadful thing that would be. This seems less than ideal. You're all gonna start waking up, aren't you? Yep, they're gonna become infested and get up to fight me. Oh boy. That's certainly a move you got there, buddy. Okay. Aggro mode, not really my finest strategy here, it seems. Working, though. While he gets rid of his essence and it gets shifted to a new body, we'll get our health back. This was the thing I was kind of afraid of, was there being multiple of them to fight at once. Which is why I was doing an accurate test on how much it took to kill one. Bet you thought you had me on that one. Well, good news, so did I. And clear that with one jump. One down. Now, I don't know if it's going to activate another one, so I'm going to heal as much as I can. Oh, yeah, it activated a fresh one immediately. Okay, so I think we're going to be fighting two of them constantly now. I couldn't get a jump off in time there. This is a little rough. Just a little. A little concerning. Yeah, because I'm getting, like, no breathing space now. I'm out of energy. Doesn't help that they have a reach advantage on me as well with their nails. Alright. Cool it, Sonic the Hedgehog. Whoa! You know what? I deserve that. For being a smartass. Okay, it looked like they interfered with each other slightly there, so that was very helpful, actually. I don't know how I didn't get hit there, but I'll take it. Okay, they're running out of shells to use, so that's good. Okay, I think their bodies are actually slightly smaller than they look, which is working out in my favor quite nicely here. Just wanted to chew through that one as much as I could a bit there. I'll take that trade. I gained health on that exchange, so I'll take it. Ah, he got the hit off. Thankfully, they're not the sharpest tools around. So I can kind of manipulate their movements a bit. Which is also not exactly making the best judgment calls in the world here sometimes. Like healing right in front of him there, for example. So that was partially a bait. One down. I think the one that's standing is the last one. Unless those shells in the background count too. Nope, there we go. First try. Okay, that got a little much at times, but we made it work. So yeah, if anybody was questioning whether this game is difficult or not, take that fight as an example of yes. Yes, sometimes it is. 'Cause that wasn't even a main boss, that was a fight on the way, potentially, to another boss. Though, actually, no, that might very well have been the protector of this dreamer. Not sure. We'll find out. There's a lot of tower left, it looks like, so there may be another fight on the way up. Corpses, nothing else. Up we go. I'm glad I saved this for last, because this definitely seems like the most involved one. Wait a minute. Okay, no, those aren't enterable. I thought those were like hidden ledges I could sneak into. Ooh, I can look through the telescope. What do we see? We see the city being rained on and a bunch of birds or bugs flying by. Neat. Now there's the dreamer. And one last butler are in the way. Alright. In we go. Claim our last dreamer. See what else the game's got for us after that. There you go. You at least die a fancy way. Come along now. Your dream is over. Last of the 3 seals will break now. Doesn't seem great when we keep hearing those roars every time we break one of those seals, huh? Get the feeling we're opening something bad. I'm sure it's fine. Anyway, back down we go. Nobody met us here, so... Guess this one didn't have, an avatar running around in the world. For us, so... to have met, or I didn't follow through on their line enough. Because there is certainly a few things I've not bothered to do in this world. Dealing with Zote the Mighty is one of them. We haven't seen him after the first time I rescued him, and then I purposely was ignoring him since then. Oh, there's the grub I was hearing. Real shame for him. We really are solidly powerful at this point. We could be stronger. There's still more room to pick up at least another health container and at least another weapon upgrade, as we know. So I could be stronger. I have no reason to go to that bench. We may as well just bulldoze our way straight to that Stagway station and get out of here. We have no reason to be here anymore, and we've got somewhere more important to be. Much more important to be. Because remember, that's the place where the door with the 3 seals we were opening is. Right there where that dark boomerang hit is. That's where we're going. We've got a job to finish. What that job is, we really don't know entirely yet. It's not really been established what our job is or was. We can guess, considering the state of things around here. But it would be safe to say that there are a few ways to solve these problems, and a few ways this can all play out. Like, even not taking the concept that we already know that there are multiple endings in this game into account, it would be simple enough logic to realize somewhat what's at the heart of the problems here. Considering the stuff that's coming out of every shell we fight in this world. And the things we've seen in the Crossroads. It's safe to assume there's an abiding infection around. Not an affection. There's a distinct lack of that around. My brain went between affliction and infection at the same time. Which, it's a hell of a thing that if you merge those two words, you end up with affection. Not sure that's something I want to parse right now. But that's the thought that just popped in my brain. We're gonna pop into town right quick before we go potentially finish things. If this works out how I think it will. You know, do one last little bit of shopping. Back again? You know I haven't got any stock left, yes? You've cleaned me out. Were you hoping to sneak a peek at my mountain of Geo? Well, it's mine now, and fairly traded. Alright, we have bought Sly out. Sly has nothing left for us. I think we actually can afford to buy out the map shop, too. So you know what? Let's just put our friends out of business here. Let them retire. After more supplies? You've already bought so much. Unfortunately for now, you've cleaned us out of anything worth selling. Mornifer will no doubt be pleased, though I do wonder what he plans to spend all that Geo on. There we go. They can rest now. They have no more commerce to do. They have piles of money, and probably nothing to spend it on, honestly. Why am I going back here? The temple is very near the exit here. And we can also talk a little bit more about that infection on the way, since the crossroads we need to go through to get there are where we'll see it the most. As you can see, for those who haven't seen it, it's a little bit of a mess here right now. But this is the same kind of goo we've seen in everything we have faced. So, I have to assume that this is the root of the problems around here. I'll deal with that later. Yeah, I have to assume that the door here is open. But you'll notice, this also seems like the place where the infection's the worst. The place where the infection perhaps is coming from. And we're cracking that door wide open. I'm sure this isn't gonna have consequences. I should probably heal the full before I go in there. I didn't even touch the bench up there, did I? Hang on. I know it's ruining the moment, but let me actually, you know, sensibly touch the bench, because apparently I'm an idiot and didn't do that. Sorry, folks. Ruined the moment. You know, when something screams at you like that, you know, it's probably a better idea to run away anyway, right? Right. Well, let's see about getting this job done. Let's go chop up the source of our problems, perhaps. Or perhaps we'll make our problems worse. Only time will tell. The only way to find out what'll happen is to do it. It's real dark in here, huh? Oh. Neat. Looks cool. Can't help but notice I still can't see much of anything. You seem to be getting taller. Oh. Rest? Okay, sure, I'll sit here. I guess I didn't need to go back to the bench. Vessel, though bound, you shall know the state of the world. Hollow Nest will be whole again. Completion percentage viewable in inventory. %68 complete. Not too bad for somebody who has no idea what he's doing and no idea where he's going. Wait. Oh! Because I've removed some items from my inventory, the lines have completed. So I guess maybe there wasn't necessarily X amount of items in here necessarily then. Okay. It's a couple items we had I would assume were consumed. How you doing up there, buddy? Yeah, you're protected till I break these chains, huh? You've been just, like, leaking this stuff this whole time, huh? That's why sealing you in here like this was probably a bad idea. I mean, I could do something about this, but at the same time... yeah, you know what, I probably should just get this over with, huh? Remember how I keep talking about the whole sealing the evil thing is usually a bad idea because it never works? We're kind of here again with this idea. Here I am having to solve somebody else's problem because they wouldn't finish dealing with their problems. Now it's up to me to finish the job. The Hollow Knight. The title drop. I assume he's gonna have all of our moves for the most part. But, you know, his own versions of them, considering the size difference. He's got the counter move that Hornet was using. Our one saving grace right now is that he's kind of slow. Yep, phase change, I presume. Oh, he's got dive attacks now that have areas to him. Okay, understood. He also doesn't have like a warning sound like Hornet did. He doesn't scream Shaw every time he's trying to murder me. He's just doing his thing. But that definitely proves the amount of infection that's in there, considering they're spewing it all over the place. For such a large opponent, we're not having as much trouble as I expected to. Not sure what's going on. Oh. They were stunned, I guess. What are you doing? Oh, I see what you're doing. You need help. I see why you're doing that. You want it out. They were trying to hack the infection out of themselves. That's a hell of a thing. But with how long they've been dealing with this, it makes sense. But as you can see, the infection has other ideas. It's really a hell of a way to do a boss fight. The poor vessel is fighting the infection, but also trying to fight us. They don't have full control. They have enough control to stop themselves sometimes. And try to help us do the job. I think we've done it. Unless there's another phase after this. Which there might be. Since the HUD's gone, it might not be. Nope, we're absorbing it. But, you know, this is a great idea. Let's just take the problem upon ourselves. This clearly is gonna solve everything, right? Yeah, it doesn't exactly look ideal. Yeah, that's about what I figured. The way we've done it now, all we've done is buy time. We've just put it away in a new box. But it'll last a while. What this means, though, we could have finished this last time. We could have actually finished this game last session. That's why I was questioning it when I saw the how long to beat time again, and it was like 27 hours or something. I'm like, either somebody put up a lot of really long times because they went for a specific ending, or they were really struggling. Because we struggled a fair bit. We had a lot of trouble here and there, but we only really had trouble with optional things, much like I talked about earlier. Like, everything we had a hard time with didn't really matter. Like, the hardest fight we had that was required was the second Hornet fight, I would say. That was the one we had to retry the most times. That was actually required. The Broken Vessel fight we did, the second version of that, we didn't even have to do that. And now that we've hit an ending, and we've got credits rolling, and my intentions for this game are done now, I will explain the thing I was talking about earlier. I thought I was gonna have to do all the other Warrior Dreams in order to finish the Dreamer thing. And I thought that was a separate ending. But that's what I went and verified. is the conditions to fight the Hollow Knight. Because I knew that defeating the Hollow Knight was one of the endings. At least one. I can't confirm or deny any other information relating to that because I didn't look at it. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is another ending tied to that fight based on the way that ending scene popped up. Now, this does put us in an interesting position because we're a little earlier than I would want to end. So I think I will do something very specific before we end this game, because there is something I do want to try. And it should fill out a bit of time nicely. And that's we're going to go back to the Colosseum. Congratulations, well done on achieving this great feat. You persevered and you triumphed. We hope you enjoyed yourself in the world of Hollow Knight. We'll meet again soon on the road ahead. Well, it wasn't necessarily soon, but they did follow through on that, and they did make a second game. Game completion percentage, 68%. Time, 17 hours, 9 minutes, and 12 seconds. Steel Soul mode unlocked, no shade, no reviving, death is permanent. The ultimate challenge. There's your hardcore mode for those wild enough to try that. And you get a new title screen, where the infection is very clearly there. But as you can see, we can go back. We can go back to before we did that, but here's the fun thing. It's not actually technically before we did that. Because if we look down here, something I saw when I was looking the information up, it's going to take a minute to get to it. RP. The Hollow Knight. Fully grown vessel carrying the plague's heart within its body. The old king of Hollownest, he must have been desperate to save his crumbling little world. The sacrifices he imposed on others, all for nothing. Also take note of the fact that we are missing 32 encountered enemies somewhere in the world. Just bear that in mind. I'm assuming a chunk of them are in the Colosseum, and some of them are probably DLC. Because we didn't like do the Pantheon or the circus thing or any of that. But that is Hollow Knight done. That is our 4th game for this month and so far for the year. And not only is that a clear for the Donathon goals, but that is a return trip that I've managed to make, which it is nice to have come back and actually completed this game. Because it removes the question mark that's forever been on this game for me. Like, would I ever actually enjoy playing this if I came back to it someday? Because as I talked about multiple times during this, I didn't really care for this game when I'd played it the first time. So I never finished it. And I can't say that I was ever blown away by this even now. But it ended up working out better than I thought it would. Actually, before I do that, let me remind myself how I get to the Colosseum. Yeah, the Colosseum of Fools is on the edge of the kingdom. The nearest one is King's Station. It's like... Okay. Assuming we have enough money to do this, which I might not even have enough money to participate in the Colosseum at the next level. But I think I paid for it already. I don't remember. I'm also very pleased with myself having completed that final battle first try. Though that was an easier final fight than I thought it would be. But I think that's because well, not only was this the shortest ending, this was probably the easiest ending to get. If I were to hazard a guess. And I say that not from knowledge, but just from logical assumption. Because of my own experience that I've had with it at this point. I do still say that I don't think this would really be a great choice for somebody's first Metroidvania. Just purely because it does have some fairly hefty difficulty to the areas and to the bosses themselves. It would be a very easy pain point for a lot of people. The exploration's not super difficult. Like, mapping and everything wise is not too bad. There's decent quality of life towards your ability to navigate and everything. Though, obviously, you know, you have the disadvantage of having to go purchase maps and find the man who will make the maps for you as you go. So, blessing and curse there. This is the other reason why I'm doing the Coliseum trip here right now, though, is to let the final thoughts go through, because the credits weren't that long. That's another thing to consistently consider with this game as well, is it's not actually that big a team or anything. So there's plenty to think about there. And we have tried this Coliseum fight before. I believe this was the one where I fell into spikes a bunch and died. Not because of the fight being difficult, but just because there was a lot of flying enemies and spikes were an issue. But with a stronger nail, we can chop through these guys easier than we did before, which will help a bit. Right, I forgot you can jump. They didn't put out the spike pit yet, so the floor actually still exists. Now the spike pit is there. And only taking a few hits to kill these guys is going to make a very big difference for us. Because part of our struggle when we did this before was it just took a lot of hits to deal with even just these flies. So it became very easy to become overwhelmed. And of course, you know, getting knocked out of your movement pattern by these shooting flies is a whole other issue. Safe down here from most of the bouncers, so we can just heal up. Decent high place to stand to keep myself from getting blown up. Oh, I didn't realize that one went too. Off the platform with you. Oh, those are the explosive bats. I'm so glad I decided to be cheeky and attack them as they spawned. Nope. Oh, that would have been a dirty trick if I wasn't ready for it. Okay, now we got bouncy guys again. They've just decided to unleash the fleas upon me, it seems. Oh god, this nightmare. We had no end of problems with this when we encountered it before the second Hornet fight. And clearly, I'm still no good at fighting these. But we made it work. Oh, and they trap you in with it? Ugh. Disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Oh, hey, this guy's here. Pale one, you found it too then. This perfect place. I'll soon be entering the battle. Just taking a moment to rest first. Though few could truly challenge me, I'm hoping this arena presents the sort of brutal challenge I'm after. Get the feeling we'll be fighting Tiso somewhere along the way. Hi, Ghost. Get back in me, please. Thank you. And for those that hadn't seen me do the arena before, they're clearly kind enough to make sure you can at least get your body back, so you don't have to go back into the arena to get your body if you don't want to. We'll go back in. I need to think of a better way of dealing with those big jumpers. Probably like Great Slashes might be the better call. Both because they'll have more reach and it'll do a fair whack of damage immediately. As made example there. I'll take that trade. Yeah, they can just launch themselves into it, so I need to keep that in mind as an advantage against those. You know, till I end up screwing myself doing that, but you know. That's the consequence of trying to do things the fun way sometimes. Similar case with the pogoing myself and injuring myself. Really glad I have fast charge. Fast charge is making this very nice, actually, to deal with. There we go. That took care of that problem rather neatly. I thought I was going to knock him off the edge quickly that time. No. No. I'm so glad I have the long nail, because I'm pretty sure if I didn't, those explosions would have still hit me. Wow, those survive a heavy slash, huh? That's a bit of a yikes. Before we get rid of the last one, let's heal back to full bit, shall we? Knowing now what we end up dealing with afterwards here. Which I should have assumed something like that was going to happen, honestly. I would love to think that the best play would be to pogo it, but honestly, it can't possibly be to pogo it because of the fact that you get hit by it so often while you're trying to do exactly that. To a certain degree, in here, it's actually easier to deal with, because it's more predictable. We done now? Did I win? The answer to that question is no. We never ran into any of these naturally, but that happens sometimes. Some of the grubs are a lie. But we're still not done, huh? Okay. Oh, hey, the swordsman. We haven't seen those since the previous arena. Come on, then. Perish. Trapping me in with him is not really a big deal. Same with this guy. All you're really doing is trapping them in with me. Okay, this is a little bit more of a problem, though. Making me fight without a floor does complicate matters a little bit. Because now I can't heal. I can now. Or not. Please don't botch it now, me. That would be rather embarrassing. I tried to be fancy and hit him as he passed. Come on, then. I really gotta stop being fancy. It keeps backfiring on me. There we go. Still not done, huh? God damn. Oh, new enemies. I think. Have I seen these before? Nope, they're new. So I got the hunter alert that I killed a new thing. Place goes on for quite a while, doesn't it? You know, get him out of that little cubby hole he was hiding in. I see the idea here. It's different ways of funneling you in with these various enemies. Depending on how you handled them, you might not handle them as well in the new conditions, basically, is the idea here. The downside for them is they're giving me way too much time to heal. Which I'm fine with that, all things considered. Makes my job a lot easier. The big boys. Oh, they shoot too, huh? Okay. Get a load of these absolute units here. They have a lot of health too, which, you know, not too surprising, I suppose, if you think about it. Oh, and he got mad now that I killed his buddy. Thankfully, he's still a terrible shot, so it kind of works out in my favor. Like, I can just pummel him. There we go. There we go. We've done it. Money! That was worth a lot of money. And the one pale orb, as they promised us a rare metal. There we go. We are now the champion of the second tier of the arena. And since that didn't take as long as I thought, we'll go ahead and at least take a swing at the third tier of the arena after we hit the bench and heal back to full. Assuming we can afford this, of course. And stop there. The trial's closed to those who haven't made the proper contribution. Step over here quickly and bring your Geo with you. Welcome back, warrior. Make a contribution, you can enter the trial of the fool. Oh, it's only 800? Sure, I'm in then. Why not? For some reason, I thought the charge would appear when I clicked on that. Very well then, a new trial is open to you. I hope your performance is spectacular. Trial of the Fool. Fight for Geo and the glory of being a fool. Place a mark and begin the trial. You know, the whole glory of being a fool thing really doesn't seem that, promising? But you know what? It's where we're at right now. We're being a fool. Let's see how rough this gets, because I'm sure it's gonna be nasty. Okay, so we got the guys that throw blades and the big guys. And bees. Or mosquitoes, I suppose, is more accurate for these guys. That just seems like the way this is gonna work, is they're just gonna spam the hell out of everything we've dealt with before in here. Yeah, because now the little guys are back. I can just let them get spiked. This is not a problem. Like, game, if you really thought I was, like, worried about fair play and making sure to defeat them before the spikes got them, let me tell you, you're messing with the wrong knight here. It's not like I lose experience or anything for them dying to their own stupidity, so it ain't gonna hurt my feelings any. I have no concerns about offering them an honorable death or anything. Okay, good, that didn't reach me. I was real worried that the blast was gonna get me there. And of course, there's another one of them right here. But we've been dealing with these things for a bit, so they're a non-issue. Heal quickly before the next phase happens. What the fuck am I looking at here? Oh, it's a nastier version of those bouncing guys we were dealing with before. Okay. Thankfully, they only do 1 damage. I was a little worried they would do 2. I probably should have left that last one bouncing. Yeah, this is kind of what I figured would happen next. Go. Get some heal time. More of this nonsense? Okay. You would think they would realize this wasn't working and would have stopped after the last wave, but you know, what do I know? Some free essence? Okay, sure. Way to catch that bullet with my face, Ace Me. Way to go. Just impressing everybody with my bullet catching prowess here. Yeah, I knew I was gonna get hurt there, but I was hoping for the best a bit. Now they stuck under me, I can heal a bit. Still something. Oh, wait, what? Am I meant to just dodge these, or am I actually able to kill those? Okay, they were just a temporary hazard. You know, that's actually kind of neat. I'm kind of with that. Got too close. I was trying to get to the other side of him before he fully spawned in, but I was too slow. Oh, wow, really? You outlived the other one, huh? Oh, and we got the fancy mantises is now... Oh, I got greedy. I got greedy. Ah, I hit the wrong button! I I meant to dash first and then heal, but I fucked everything up about that. That's a little much. I'm not gonna keep pushing myself to fight that. That's a nasty bit of business in there. I was mostly just aiming to round out to 4 hours. Since we've beaten the game, there's not really any reason to push too much. And I didn't have a follow-up planned. So this is fine enough to wrap here. By the time I'm done making a raid choice and talking schedule and rambling, we will hit the 4-hour mark more than likely. Ugh. And let me go ahead and get this marked off on the list so I don't forget. I'm gonna assume this is ending 1 that we got. So I'll just mark it as such on my list because it makes it easier for me to keep track of such things. And where... There we go. This way I can take... Wait, I forgot to take Final Fantasy 1 off the in-progress list as well. Move that down to the completed section. There we go. One night is no longer necessary. So we have completed Sonic 1 through 3, Donkey Kong Country 1, Mario 1 and 2, Hollow Knight, and Final Fantasy 1 of the things that were paid for in the Donathon now. So we've gotten quite a lot of work done, all things considered. We only have 8 games left to do. They're the longer part of it, though. They're going to take quite a long time to get through, considering 3 of them are RPGs and 3 of them are Dark Souls games. Which are not inherently super long, but they're decently long to get through. Especially if I don't take the easy way out and do a build that will be just effective and straightforward. Which we shall see what ends up happening there. I usually go a route that ends up being a pain in my own ass with those games. I fully acknowledge that that's usually my own problem. So I may very well, you know, nix that idea for myself this go around just to make getting through it practical. But we'll see what ends up happening. We will see what ends up being a case of this sparks joy at this moment for me to use. Now, as to where we're going, I have quite a few choices. So let me actually take a look around and check where some of these are at and decide what I'm doing. Yeah, that's still there. So no, I'm not doing that one. Which leaves me with these choices, and which one of these do I want to pick? Do I go old? Do I go new? Do I go surprise? That's always the fun question. How long have you been live today? Oh, you haven't been live that long at all, actually. Which is mildly surprising. Well, the only remaining question mark on that is whether I have rated you recently, which I think I have actually held off for a decent amount of time. Yeah, actually, we haven't rated them in a month, so sure. That'll be a good opportunity to loop that back around. is apparently we haven't raided Shar in a month, so we'll go raid Shar, who's playing more Demon School. So that'll work out pretty well. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. I'm surprised that this ended up only being like a 4-hour stream, but we finished the game. Like I said, there's not really much reason to push to make this stream go longer today. What I'll do is I'll probably balance out the time by fixing up some more sound alerts, potentially do some more art, because there is, of course, the birthday stream next week that I still need to get the art put together for that. So, because I'm gonna at least like have some kind of celebration schedule art for it, because that just makes more sense than not having anything to announce that with. It'd be kind of silly. But that's gonna be next week. Just gonna have a revolving door of friends and community members coming through, probably to play a variety of games. It's gonna be a mess. I'm gonna tell you all that one right now. That stream is probably going to be a bit of a chaotic mess, so buckle up for that. But as to this week's schedule, since today's Tuesday, obviously we're not streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Thursday, it's looking like we got a repo lobby going together. Not gonna be a big one. It'll be probably just a relatively low-key lobby this go around. I'm trying to get at least a 4th person. That might be part of what I do today, is shake the tree a bit more and see if I can get somebody to say yes. Because one of the ones I contacted didn't answer yet. And worst case, if we end up with more than 4 people, that's absolutely fine. So, I would rather have more like 5 or 6 if I can swing that, just to make sure we got bodies. These for when people start getting tired and end up popping off, or like we start doing poorly and everybody starts dying. More bodies to throw at the monsters, Friday was originally actually going to be another session of Hollow Knight to help me finish this off, because birthday stream was going to interfere with this being continued. Clearly, I don't need to worry about that. So I don't know what I'm going to do on Friday yet. Saturday is in a similar question mark boat. What I might do, since we're still going to be missing a Tuesday section, I might start Dark Souls 1 either Friday or Saturday. We'll see how I end up feeling on either of those days. Otherwise, I will pull some other rabbit out of my hat, because God knows I have plenty of things to do. So it won't really be a problem in that regard. There's also the option of I start Hades as well. Because Hades is probably going to be something that'll be better that we chew on it bit by bit here and there, instead of something that we power straight through. Because we're not really going to be able to power straight through it. So maybe we'll start, like, picking at Hades on Fridays or something for a while. We'll see. Well, again, see how it ends up pulling together as the week goes on, and how I end up feeling about that idea. Because that's just popped into my head now, so that's not a committed decision yet. And of course, we rotate around to Monday, where we'll start Breath of Fire. Because I had promised to do Breath of Fire after Dark Cloud, but then the Donathon promises also conflicted with that promise, so I've decided to do it this way, where we get one Donathon thing, then we do Breath of Fire, then we'll do Final Fantasy II, and we'll go that way so that both sides get what they want, basically, as best I can, without running 2 RPGs at the same time. Because that would make me lose my mind. Yeah, that's the likely outcome, is after we finish Breath of Fire, we'll go into Final Fantasy II. And then we'll probably just go Final Fantasy 2 to 3 to 4, unless I get something in my head to do something else as an in-between again. But that's months away at this point. It's probably going to be at least 2 months before we get to that point where we have to worry about what we do after Final Fantasy 2. We may very well have the large chunk of everything else out of the way by that point. But be good to Char, she's good people. I'll see you all in the future. Thank you all once again for your time. I'm stalling slightly because I screwed up my timing. But yeah, I got nothing else. See y'all on Thursday night. Goodbye.